2014-2024. We need to evaluate the progress on the action program goals in the region in the last decade to propose new solutions or partnerships highlighting the diversification and productive transformation. This meeting is under towards diversification and productive transformation for the Latin American landlocked developing countries with NACE regional and global integration, has in its priorities to analyze the need to implement technologies to facilitate the transportation of people and goods, to analyze the cost of being landlocked country and other specific issues of the LLDCs. We start this event with the opening remarks of the Foreign Affairs, Mr. Cesar Arriola. Good morning. I apologize for the mask. I have a throat ache, so I need to take care of all of you. Distinguished ministers and vice ministers, Your Excellency of the Nuncio, Mr. Antonio Oriotique from the Diplomatic Corps, Excellencies, my dear Undersecretary of the United Nations and High Representative for the countries, the developing countries, a small island as well, Ambassador Rabat Fatima, ladies and gentlemen, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay, I want to give you a warm welcome to our country. The Undersecretary arrived today at 5:30 a.m. and she is right here.
Gracias, Rabat.
Thank you, Rabat. And my dear colleague from other years from the United Nations for being here. You honor this act. I want to also give a warm welcome to this regional high-level meeting to review the Vienna action plan developing countries, landlocked developing countries for the decade 2014-2024. The objective of this meeting is to review the progresses in the implementation of the program of action from Vienna of the LLDC, and also to identify the achievement, the obstacles, and the new challenges and opportunities. The meeting as well is going to provide a platform to share the best practices and to create recommendations about policies that will be focused on addressing the vulnerabilities and the special needs of the LLDCs and try to achieve the SDGs. The recommendations from this meeting will come to the preparation for the third conference of the United Nations about the landlocked developing countries that will happen in Kigali, Rwanda in 2024. Then we will proceed to the opening of the meeting under the lemma from Vienna to Kigali towards a new decade of alliances for a transforming program for the landlocked countries. In this session, we're going to listen to Dr. Raul Garcia Buchaca. He is executive attaché for the for this ECLAC. Ambassador Rabat Fatima, Undersecretary and High Representative for the less developed countries, small island developing countries, and landlocked, and General Secretary of the Third Conference of the United Nations on LLDCs. I invite Raul Garcia, the Vice Executive Secretary for the CLAC so that he can give us as well his remarks.
High representative for the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states. Mario Samaha is a country coordinator and Paraguay authorities and representatives of the government, of the diplomatic corps, of the countries, of the international body and
la CEPAL, amigas y amigos. Es para mí un honor y un motivo de profunda satisfacción y de gran alegría participar en este importante evento en representación de la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, la CEPAL. Quisiera ante todo agradecer a las autoridades de la República del Paraguay, a sus autoridades, por recibirnos en esta ciudad de Asunción, aún con algunos vestigios del tapiz fucsia ese de flores del Tallí, para llevar a cabo la reunión regional de alto nivel de América Latina para la revisión del programa de acción de Viena a favor de los países en desarrollo sin litoral para el decenio 2014-2024. La reunión que hoy inauguramos es de una enorme importancia, yo diría que por dos motivos fundamentales. En primer lugar, como ya dijo el canciller, porque durante estos 2 días tendremos la oportunidad de realizar un examen amplio de la implementación de las 6 áreas prioritarias de intervención del programa de acción de Viena en América Latina, compartir experiencias, enfoques innovadores que van a impulsar y van a ayudarnos a examinar los desafíos que aún persisten. Y en segundo lugar, porque este ejercicio nos entregará valiosos insumos para contribuir de manera muy sustantiva a los preparativos de la tercera conferencia de las Naciones Unidas sobre los países de desarrollo sin litoral, a celebrarse el próximo año en Kigali, Ruanda, y en particular para darle peso y mucha atracción al marco renovado para el próximo programa de acción. La CEPAL ha colaborado con la Oficina de la Alta Representante de las Naciones Unidas para los países menos adelantados, los países en desarrollo sin litoral y los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo desde los inicios de esta iniciativa en 2003, con el lanzamiento del programa de acción de Almaty en aquel momento y a continuación el programa de acción de Viena. Actuamos en conjunto como Naciones Unidas. De hecho, en junio de 2019 la CEPAL acogió en su sede en Santiago de Chile la reunión de examen de mitad de periodo de la ejecución en América Latina del programa de acción de Viena. Y es que en nuestra región el periodo de implementación de este programa ha estado marcado por una aguda desaceleración económica. Mientras que en el periodo entre 2013 y 2013 el Producto Regional de América Latina y el Caribe se expandió a una tasa anual del 3,9%, favorecido por lo que en aquel momento se llamó el superciclo de las materias primas. Entre 2014 y 2022 creció apenas el 0,7% anual. Son problemas que venimos arrastrando desde hace mucho tiempo y se vieron agravados como la baja productividad y la falta de diversificación productiva, que por supuesto se vieron muy agravados por los impactos devastadores de la pandemia del COVID-19 y por un contexto mundial caracterizado todavía por crecientes incertidumbres y tensiones geopolíticas. De tal forma, la región desafortunadamente va a completar en el 2023, en este año, una nueva década perdida durante la cual su crecimiento habrá sido menos de la mitad del que tuvo en la década llamada perdida también de los años 80 del siglo pasado. El Estado plurinacional de Bolivia y el Paraguay no han estado, por supuesto, ajenos a los impactos de este adverso panorama regional y mundial. De hecho, las dificultades históricas que ambos enfrentan por su condición de países sin litoral se exacerbaron mucho durante la pandemia del COVID-19. Por solo mencionar algunos aspectos, el tránsito internacional y el comercio se ralentizaron mucho, sufrieron interrupciones en las cadenas de suministro y el impacto de mayores costos y tiempos de transporte debido a la pandemia. Pese a estas dificultades, Bolivia y el Paraguay exhiben importantes y meritorios logros que es preciso que destaquemos acá. Entre 2014 y 2022, sus economías crecieron a tasas anuales, en el caso de Bolivia del 2,9%, en el caso del Paraguay 2,6%, muy por encima del promedio regional. Asimismo, mientras que la tasa de pobreza en América Latina se incrementó entre 2014 y 2022, pasando del 28% al 32%, tanto Bolivia como el Paraguay lograron reducir esa tasa de pobreza en este periodo. En el caso de Bolivia, del 34 al 29% y en el de Paraguay, del 22 al 21%. Ambos países también han expandido sustancialmente desde 2014 el porcentaje de su población que tiene acceso a Internet. Esto es muy importante, alcanzando en 2021 tasas de cobertura de 77% respectivamente. Y estos son avances concretos en la hoja de ruta establecida en la Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Sin perjuicio de esto y de muchos otros logros, lo cierto es que también Bolivia y el Paraguay siguen enfrentando importantes desafíos en ámbitos como la diversificación exportadora, de transporte, logística y digital, la inversión en ciencia y tecnología, la formación de capital humano avanzado y la atracción de inversión extranjera directa. Y hay que mencionar que durante el periodo de implementación del plan, el crecimiento de las exportaciones de estos dos países, de ambos países, se ha ubicado bajo el promedio regional y sus envíos continúan estando fuertemente concentrados en un número reducido de productos básicos. Por otra parte, las exportaciones de servicios y especialmente de servicios modernos basados en el conocimiento se mantienen aún en niveles bajos. Pese a las importantes inversiones materializadas en los últimos años en fibra óptica y la expansión de la banda ancha, tanto Bolivia como el Paraguay presentan niveles de digitalización bajos en comparación con el promedio de América Latina, de América del Sur.
America and specifically South America. This is difficulting the transition toward more intensive economic activities. The electronic trade
importante oportunidad para que los países en desarrollo sin litoral se integren al comercio mundial.
Can join the international trade, but we need to close gaps when it comes to access to internet, considering the rural and urban gap and the one about gender as well. When it comes to infrastructure and transportation, since 2014, we have had some very significant investment in both countries to promote the use as well of the other way Paraguay-Paraná. The same way, this host country have completed more than 275 kilometers of connections that were needed for the bioceanic corridor. That is the link between the both oceans, Pacific and Atlantic. Bolivia is invited to join this project, where other countries of TRANSAC are participating, like Argentina, Brazil, and Chile. Nevertheless, the investments in infrastructure have not been enough to satisfy effectively all the needs, the current needs, or the demand that is projected for the next years. On the other hand, Bolivia and Paraguay are presenting a very important stage to
lo que contribuiría
improve the aerial space that will contribute with tourism and also will bring some alternatives for trading in international commerce. We also have to take into account the climate change due to their geographical location and their population and the productive system that depends a lot on natural resources. The climate patterns are also affecting the infrastructures of transportation in a negative way in in the capacity to compete in international markets. It is important to mention the achievements during the period of the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action. These are still insufficient to achieve the proposed goals and to face the challenges as a landlocked country, especially with the elevated cost and the delay when it comes to international uh, commerce. These challenges and the solutions to face this should be by hand to the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs, and that's why we created calls for the new or the last Forum of Sustainable Goals last year in New York, and I was part of it to rescue the Agenda 2030 path from just work towards action and to renew the hope so we can have a sustainable, productive, and inclusive future. The decisions these days should drive us to rethink about our route and take again all the actions. And the ones that we are going to carry out should be transforming, should we be focusing on key actions that will guarantee cooperation schemes with multi-actors in a multi-level in coordination with the transit countries and in synergy with all the cooperation frameworks of the United Nations for the Sustainable
Un
Development.
llamado
In
a
this sense,
Bolivia, al Paraguay y a los
I call
países de
Bolivia and
tránsito de la
Paraguay and
región
other
para
transit
que
countries of the
continúen
region.
profundizando la
I ask
colaboración
them to
y la
continue to
cooperación
deepen the
en los
cooperation and
distintos
collaboration
ejes de
in the
acción
different action
del Plan de
axes
Acción de
of
Viena
the
y
plan,
que
the
continúen
Vienna Plan
también
of Action,
avanzando, y
and
esto es muy
also
importante,
continue
en la
to
armonización y ejecución de
progress
los
when it comes
marcos
to the
legales
execution
acordados.
of the legal frameworks that were agreed
Asimismo,
on.
para avanzar en el cierre progresivo
And
de diversas
in order
brechas
to
persistentes, será
close this
necesaria
gap
una importante
that we
movilización de
mentioned, it will be
recursos tanto
important
internos
to
como externos.
move
Pero
resources,
en un
internal,
contexto de espacios
external.
fiscales
But in
restrictivos,
a restricted
resulta imprescindible
tax
explorar
schemes
opciones
will be
innovadoras de
impossible to do
financiamiento
them,
a
so we
nivel
need to explore
nacional, regional y
new ways
multilateral.
to do it
El
in a regional
compromiso
level. We
permanente
need the
de los socios
commitment
para el
of
desarrollo
all the
a través
partners
de la
to reach
asistencia
the
oficial para el
development
desarrollo
by
debe ser también
assisting
parte
in
de
the
este
development, and they
marco
should be part
integrado
of
de
this
financiamiento.
integrated
La
plan
medición de
of
los avances
financing,
de estos
financing
esfuerzos
developing. And
es prioritaria, es esencial
this is
para ejecutar
key
un
to
programa de acción
execute
eficiente. Y para
action
tal
plan that
fin, la CEPAL
will
ha
be
ejecutado
efficient.
recientemente un
And for this
proyecto
reason,
sobre
the ECLAD
conectividad
has
sostenible
created
del
a
transporte en
project
Paraguay,
about
el
connectivity
cual
and
permite
transportation in
medir los
Paraguay that will
rendimientos de sus sistemas
allow
de
us to
transporte
measure
en el marco
the
de la Agenda 2030
performance
y a
of
la vez
such
promover la
in
cooperación
correlation
entre
to
los
the
países
Agenda
sin
2030
litoral
and to
y de
promote
tránsito, reducir
the
los
cooperation
costos del
among the
tránsito
landlocked
y
countries
establecer
and the
acuerdos
transit countries
logísticos
and to
fluidos.
create fluid
Amigas y
logistics
amigos,
agreements.
muchos de estos
Friends,
temas que serán
many
analizados
of
hoy y
these topics
mañana
that will be
son
analyzed
parte
today
del
and
trabajo
tomorrow are
cotidiano.
part of the daily work of the FLAT and as the General Secretary of the United Nations, Mr. Guterres, in his report of August 2022, from Eric Flack, we are working on the preparation of a series of indicators for the transportation in the waterway and exterior ports, and we also publish a report about international connectivity for Paraguay. We are supporting in energy efficiency and structural change with Bolivia, and we are also promoting the agenda for 2030 for the Caribbean and Latin America, and also the logistics related to the vaccine. And just to conclude, I just want to wish you a successful meeting and to repeat our commitment from the ICLAD when it comes to the drafting of the new
Program of Action for the Landlocked countries. This is a process that will not end today or tomorrow. It requires a long term and a more integration in a regional level. Let's not forget, as Mr. Augusto Ruabastos, our author, Paraguayan author, said, what we call fate is what we do about our life. Thank you very much.
They're speaking Guarani now. Those were the words of His Excellence Ambassador Julio Cesar Arriola Ramirez, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Paraguay. Speaking Guarani. Now we have Mr. Garcia Buchaca. We also heard the words from Garcia Buchaca, Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ACEPAL. Now we have the words of Mrs. Rabat Fatima, High Representative of the United Nations for least developed countries and small island states as well.
His Excellency Mr. Julio Cesar Arriola, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Paraguay, Mr. Raul Garcia Buchaca, Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Excellencies, distinguished participants, dear friends and colleagues. Good morning. Buenos dias. My apologies. Mabay Chapa. And now you can understand why I'm not making my statement in Spanish. My apologies for that. It's wonderful to be here in Paraguay, and I thank you, Honorable Minister, for the very warm welcome to your beautiful country. I'm very pleased to join the government of Paraguay and ECLAC to welcome you all to the regional review meeting on the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries. At the outset, I wish to express my deep appreciation and gratitude to the government and the people of Paraguay for their warm hospitality, generous support, and excellent arrangements made for this meeting. We are grateful to the government of Paraguay for its steadfast commitment and efforts to keep the LLDCs issues high on the UN's agenda. And your presence here, Honorable Minister, today, and your close involvement and leadership of this meeting is testament to that. The Latin American Regional Review meeting of the Vienna Program of Action is the second of the 3 regional reviews which are being held as part of the preparatory process for the 3rd UN conference on the landlocked developing countries to be held next year in Kigali, Rwanda. This meeting is critically important to build a renewed political commitment and partnership for the LLDCs. And I'm so very pleased to see the presence here today of transit countries and developing partner countries here. Your engagement and support are critical. Excellencies, there is much to address in this meeting. My colleagues also highlighted some of those issues. First, we wish to undertake a comprehensive review of the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action in the Latin America region, reflecting on the challenges, opportunities, and lessons adopted, an ambitious call for action to accelerate the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action. Unfortunately, much of that momentum was lost due to the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, conflicts, and other overlapping crises. The pandemic hit the LLDCs very hard. It exacerbated inherent challenges that these countries face in terms of economic growth, transportation, trade, and access to global financial markets. And the effects are still being felt today. Excellencies, LLDCs are estimated to have experienced a 2.6% decline in the GDP growth rate in 2020 and were disproportionately affected by an overall global decrease in trade volume. They continue to remain marginalized in global trade. remaining stagnant at 1% share since the adoption of the VPOA. And the shares of Bolivia and Paraguay are only 0.06% and 0.04% respectively. The merchandise exports of LLDCs continue to be concentrated on primary commodities with little value addition. On top of this, the LLDCs continue to face high trade costs, about 1.4 times more than the coastal countries, making it more difficult for them to compete in global markets. Distinguished colleagues, there are, however, some progress, particularly in terms of infrastructure, namely in the development of roadways. Our host country, Paraguay, is leading the way here, investing heavily in completing its section of the bi-oceanic corridor. This will connect seaports of the Atlantic and the Pacific, offering an enhanced logistical platform for exports and regional connectivity. It is also expected to contribute to creating business and development opportunities through the Chaco region. Yet, LLDCs still face major challenges in other infrastructure areas, all of which require significant attention and investment. While Bolivia and Paraguay have made progress in the development and use of ICTs, particularly in terms of internet usage and mobile phone coverage, both countries are still operating below the sub-region's average in this regard. Transit challenges associated with access to submarine cables is a primary reason for such slow progress in this area. Excellencies, clearly, the LLDCs are off track to achieve the VPOA and the 2030 agenda, and now is the time for concerted action. As we engage over the next 2 days and in the coming months, our primary goal should be to ensure that the next program of action for the LLDCs is ambitious and charts a course for transformative change. I know it is the prerogative of the member states to determine the key priorities for the next program of action, but based on recent developments, studies and reports, allow me to make a few specific recommendations as we move forward. First, the development and maintenance of infrastructure will continue to remain a critical issue for landlocked countries to overcome geographical and other structural constraints to fully leverage their potentials. The new program of action is an opportunity to mobilize more global support and multi-stakeholder partnerships to close the existing gaps. We need new, concrete initiatives to further strengthen infrastructure in the LLDCs, especially in transit support, transport, particularly railways and logistics, ICT and energy sectors, as well as related soft infrastructure. Second, we need to bridge the technological and digital divide. According to the World Bank, this region has lagged in efforts and outcomes in SCI, particularly when it comes to research and development. It will be critically important that the new program of action puts priority on enhancing research and development capacity building of the LLDCs to harness the power of STI for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and the new program of action. Third, international trade is a critical driver to achieve the SDGs. To build trade capacity and address persistent challenges that LLDCs face, including external shocks, these countries need scaled-up access to aid for trade, reduction of trade costs, and support for building trade capacities in MSMEs, e-commerce, and diversification of goods and services. Further, substantial infrastructure projects that links regions, such as the Bioceanic Corridor Bridge, stand to significantly bolster trade. Trade facilitation is crucial, and I'm happy to see that the LLDCs in this region have made very good progress on the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, and I'm also pleased with the recent signing of the Regional Mutual Recognition Agreement that streamlines and facilitates trade between several Latin American countries, including Paraguay. Fourth, the LLDCs face deep-rooted structural impediments and pre-existing vulnerabilities that affect their ability to structurally transform their economies. These barriers include lack of integration in global and regional value chains, limited access to finance, gaps in physical and digital infrastructure, and insufficient private investment. LLDCs need more support for policies and initiatives aimed at structural economic transformation that would enable them to move to higher production frontiers in regional and global value chains. Improving regional integration will be part of the solution. Fifth, Excellencies, the LLDCs are facing serious challenges due to extreme climate-related events, including storms, flooding, heat waves, droughts, and desertification. It is imperative that the needs and priorities of the LLDCs are fully integrated into the global climate discourse. We must continue to take urgent action on this issue. Finally, financing for development will be the sine qua non to advance a successful development agenda in the LLDCs for the next decade, especially to ensure the new program of action accelerates implementation of the 2030 agenda. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, as we prepare for next year's conference, we must leverage this once-in-a-decade opportunity to mobilize global support to strengthen partnerships that will bring about transformative change to the lives of the 564 million people in the world's 32 landlocked countries. To that end, we should aim to create the broadest possible coalition between the LLDCs, their transit neighbors, development partners, the United Nations, and other stakeholders. And in this regard, I'm very pleased to say that in New York, there is a group of friends for the LLDCs. One of the co-chairs is here, Ambassador Mashik, Ambassador of Austria, and the other co-chairs are Rwanda, the next host of the LLDCs conference, and India, an important transit countries. And the group of friends there for the LLDCs actually bring around the table not only the LLDCs, but the transit neighbors and the development partners, and it's a very important forum. The outcome of this meeting, Excellencies, will be an important contribution to the preparations for the third UN conference on LLDCs next year. I'm grateful for the strong commitment that both Bolivia and Paraguay have shown to this process as members of the Bureau of the Intergovernmental Preparatory Committee for the conference. And as the Secretary General of the conference, I and my entire office, my entire team, remain fully committed to providing all support to make the conference a success and to support all your efforts. I wish you all a very productive and successful meeting here, and I look forward to concrete ideas and contributions to our efforts towards an ambitious and action-oriented new program of action for the LLDCs. I thank you. Muchas gracias.
Speaking Guarani. Those were the words of Ms. Rabat Fatima, High Representative of the United Nations for the LLS countries and small island states, and General Secretary of the third conference, UN Conference for landlocked countries. Now we have His Excellency Ambassador Julio César Arriola Ramirez, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay.
You won't find a Paraguayan that speak 100% all the time Spanish or Guarani. We mix and we have a third language that is called Yopara, mixture. So, tengo que hacer una...
I have to make a national level intervention. I welcome all of you with presence of each one of you. It's honor by Paraguay. And I want to say that Paraguay has taken the initiative to create this meeting to evaluate, as I mentioned, the progresses in Latin America and the implementation of the key program that is for the landlocked developing countries, trying to identify the challenges and the opportunities that the next decade is going to present us from 2024. In this past 10 years, the implementation of the program in Paraguay has achieved a stable macroeconomy and at the same time a credit rate that is positive with an increase in the international trade, more industrialization when it comes to production, and an improvement in all the levels of regional and the economical structures added to the sea, the efforts come of the government. We have to attract investment from the exterior that also limits the possibilities to create new policies for development, and this becomes a bottleneck. We need to understand this type of reality to generate answers and opportunities that each developing country that is landlocked deserves. This meeting is ideal so this group of countries, along with the transit countries and the partners for the development, can propose innovating answers, as Rabat was saying, so we can achieve an economic transformation and a structural transformation that will take us to a better future for everyone. Dear Excellencies, in this globalized world, the international commerce is vital for all economies. But our countries are finding some additional obstacles to integrate the value chains in a regional and global level that has been seen increased due to the pandemic crisis and the conflict in Europe. The high costs related to transportation for the goods, the trade of goods, are big challenges for us to access to the international market and take competitiveness from our products. This is an unique opportunity to think about joint solutions that are included from multiple perspectives to draft common goals, indicators that are regional, sub-regional, that will facilitate integration and face or address climate change. And the landlocked countries are more vulnerable today, and these are being reflected even more frequently with the increase of the drought periods, with the increase of the temperatures on a global level, and this also affects the navigability of the international rivers, which are our main ways of connection with the rest of the world. We hope that in this meeting we can focus on this, considering the importance that the developed countries can help us to finance the measures that we need to adapt or mitigate when it comes to common responsibilities for that are differentiated. Again, Your Excellency, I want to renew the commitment of Paraguay on being a protagonist, an active protagonist of a true regional integration that will include the complementarization or integration of our economy and achieve the competitiveness that all the international markets require. For Paraguay, regional integration is not an option, it's an imperative. We need to develop corridors by land, by river, aerial that will interconnect all the countries with a coast and with the same value promoting the sustainable development. I highlight the important investment that we are carrying out now in Paraguay to improve our connectivity in a national and regional level. We have constructed more than for 5,000 kilometers, and as Rabat mentioned, the the bioceanic corridor is a key infrastructure of work that will connect the ports of the Atlantic with the Pacific port, and it will open huge trade opportunities for the Asian things. Thank you. The same way, I needed water. uh, the new bridge has been uh, finished with Brazil, and now with the Republic of Argentina, we are starting another bridge. This type of work shows our commitment to improve the connectivity have shown in a concrete work. I want to make a special remark of the importance of the other way Paraguay-Paraná with the strategic uh, role when it comes to the connection. Paraguay has a high tendency of water or fluvial space that we use in 80 to 90%. That's why the free navigation and uh, the other way Paraguay Paraná are key for us. Our efforts on a national level should be complemented with an international cooperation to see the solidarity and friendship that we have among our countries. But the landlocked developing countries are in the group of countries that less help of officials of the international bodies are taken into account. So we need more of that to extend our productive capabilities. I especially call to all the international bodies to address in their studies the impact of being a Mediterranean country when it comes to sustainable development and economy, and to consider the developing countries that are landlocked as a priority for cooperation. There is no doubt that the Vienna program of action facilitated a lot of progress, but it was not possible to implement it 100%. And to learn the, the kids' lessons, it is key so we can see a better future. And we see that the next program of action should be ambitious with concrete objectives that are feasible, and, and all the relevant actors, including the transit countries and the donors, the international bodies, can really contribute so it can be achieved. And the landlocked developing countries deserve the same opportunities of development as the same of other countries. It is our job to work that so the roadmap that we will design in Kiwali Rwanda can consider these special needs and the interests of the American nations that are landlocked. I count with your support so in this meeting we can address these special topics so we can ensure that the growth and the development and the prosperity can stop being a privilege for just some countries and can become a right for all countries. After all, we cannot allow that in Latin America any country can be left behind. I appreciate for your participation, each one of you, and I invite you to debate during these days in a constructive way, in a respectful way, to benefit of people that are in need more than ever of a more inclusive and fair region. Thank you very much.
Now we have a pause of 15 minutes so we can continue afterwards in this high-level Latin American regional meeting for the review of the Vienna Program of Action for the Landlocked Developing Countries for 2014-2024. Thank you very much.
regional review of the Vienna Program of Action for the Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2014 to 2024. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? I think it's better. Yes. Excellencies, distinguished participants, and dear colleagues, I welcome you back to the high-level meeting of the Latin America Regional Review of the Vienna Program of Action for the Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2014-2024. And I would like to congratulate you all for an excellent start to the meeting. We are back here to conduct a very important job, that is to elect the Bureau of the meeting. And in my capacity as the Secretary General of the conference, I have now the honor to conduct the election of the Bureau of this meeting. I understand that there have been informal consultations among member states attending this regional review meeting, and they have agreed to the composition of the Bureau. I have been informed that His Excellency, Mr. Julio Cesar Ariola, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay, was nominated to be the chair of the Bureau. Unless I hear otherwise, I suggest that the meeting elects him to be the chair by acclamation. His Excellency, Mr. Julio Cesar Ariola, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay, is elected as the chair of this meeting, and allow me to extend my warmest congratulations to the Honorable Minister on his election, and I wish him every success. Let me now proceed to the election of the vice chairs. I also understand that as a result of informal consultations, His Excellency Ambassador Alexander Maschik, permanent representative of Austria to the United Nations in New York, has been nominated as the vice chair of the meeting. Unless I hear otherwise, I propose that the meeting elects him to be the vice chair by acclamation. Let me extend my warmest congratulations to also Ambassador Maschik on his well-deserved election, and I also wish him a productive meeting here. I also understand that informal consultations on the rapporteur was also held, and His Excellency Mr. Juan Manuel Corzo Roman, Ambassador of Colombia in Paraguay, has been proposed as rapporteur of this meeting. Unless I hear otherwise, I propose that a meeting elects His Excellency Mr. Juan Manuel Corzo Roman, Ambassador of Colombia in Paraguay, to be the rapporteur by acclamation. Let me also extend my sincere and warmest congratulations to you, Ambassador, and wish you the very best for this meeting. I'm honored now to invite the chair to take his seat in the podium. Honorable Minister, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excelencias, distinguidos delegados, señoras y señores.
Distinguished men and women here, we have listened about the implementation of the Vienna program, and now we will continue with the next section. I thank Subsecretary and High Representative for this election as President and Chairman of this table. The next session would be the dialogue regarding integration and diversification of the landlocked countries in America Latina with a greater regional and global integration.
I begin thanking everybody for their participation
quiero invitar.
I want to invite Vice Minister Raúl Silvero so he can present the implementation of the Vienna program.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President, National Chancellor, Ambassador Riola, and also to Rabat Fatih. Undersecretary and High Representative for the developing countries, landlocked countries, and small state islands, and BDSL representative from the United Nations. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the recently elected office, I would like to thank you for the great honor that to elect us so we can guide this meeting during these 2 days. Moving forward with the program, in this session we will hear presentations on the overview of the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action, highlighting challenges, opportunities, and lessons learned. This will also focus on how we can use these lessons for a more ambitious program of action, which will have a stronger and better follow-up and monitoring mechanism. We have in the program distinguished speakers that will make presentations on the topic to set the stage for our discussion. They include, and let me read this,
Before the presentation, I would like to invite here to the stage Mrs. Gladys Mutangadura, Senior Program Officer and Head of the LLDC unit of the UNOHRLLS. Please. I will also like to invite Mr. Kenji Inoue, Senior Economic Affairs Officer, Head of Officer in charge of the International Trade and Integration Division, Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you. Allow me to read the presentation to introduce Ms. Gladys Mutangadura, Senior Program Officer and Head of the LLDC unit for the UNOHRLLS. She gives a technical assessment on policies to approach challenges specific to LLDC members. And before incorporating to this unit of the UNOHR LLS for these countries, she worked as an officer of economical affairs for the United States in Africa. Mr. Kenji Inoue, Senior Economic Affairs Officer, Officer in charge of the International Trade and Integration Division, Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, Officer and Officer in charge of International Trade and Integration in Santiago, Chile, since 2014. Previously, he served as a fiscal policy expert in ECLAC's Economic Development Division and as a macroeconomic analyst for the region in the Development Policy Division at the United Nations headquarters in New York. And now we'll give the microphone to our guest. Ms. Gladys Mutangadura will be presenting now.
Thank you, Excellency. As you all know, the Vienna Program of Action has 6 priority areas. The one on transit, one on infrastructure development and maintenance, international trade and trade facilitation, regional integration, structural economic transformation, and means of implementation. I'll be focusing on the global level of the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action. Our USG has already highlighted the growth in per capita GDP growth rate. Over the period, it decreased by 2%. And the biggest decrease for all landlocked countries was in 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic hit. In terms of transport connectivity, as previous presenters have already said, progress has been made in completing missing links, expanding and improving the general quality of infrastructure. However, challenges remain, and from our analysis, for landlocked countries to reach the global average road and rail network densities, they would need to construct almost 200,000 kilometers of paved road and 46,000 of railway at a cost of 0.5 trillion. Our USG has already highlighted the improvements which have been experienced over the period in terms of internet at the global level. And in terms of electricity, there's been improvements over the period. However, the major challenges have been the rural-urban gap and also the gap between the average of the landlocked countries versus the world average. It means there's still need for more work to catch up with the rest of the world. Regarding participation in trade, as already mentioned by USG, there was a drastic reduction in 2020, and also just before the COVID-19 pandemic, there was also some decrease. And as already mentioned, exports are concentrated in primary products. And regarding transit issues, all the 26 countries who are members of the WTO ratified the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. And so did the 29 transit countries out of the 34. And some progress has also been made in ratifying the other agreements like the revised Kyoto Convention and the TIR. With regards to trade facilitation, there's been increased implementation of trade facilitation measures, including one-stop border posts, digital solutions, priority or green lanes for faster clearance, increase in use of trade portals, adoption of instruments for authorized economic operators, single windows, dry ports, corridor approach, national trade facilitation committees. And also there's been increased implementation of use of the trade facilitation tools and guidelines, such as ASCUDA World, WCO Transit Handbook, WCO Transit Guidelines, including those at regional levels, which I am not highlighting. And there's also some evidence of progress which has been made. For example, one of the specific objectives of the Vienna Program of Action is to ensure that the travel time along the corridors to allow transit cargo to move should be around 300 to 400 kilometers every 24 hours. When we look at in Asia, the CAREC region, they had reached 535 per 24 hours for the road transport and for the rail transport. The same thing in Africa. The corridors which have got data, like two of them, the Central and the Trans-Kalahari, had achieved that specific objective. The same thing with Latin America. There's been progress in both the Paraguay-Brazil road corridor and also the Santa Cruz-Arica road corridor. But this is not enough, as we have heard from previous speakers. More needs to be done, especially also in terms of getting information or data which can help measure and monitor the flow of transit, of the flow of movements of goods in transit. In terms of implementation of the Trade Facilitation Agreement, at global level, there's been a lot of improvement, almost close to 80% of implementation. And landlocked countries are at about 60%, transit are at about 70%. So in this regard, it implies that there is landlocked and transit countries, they require enhanced support to fully implement the Trade Facilitation Agreement, or at least to reach global levels. Regarding structural transformation, progress has been slow, as we have heard from previous speakers, and this figure shows that manufacturing value added kind of decreased over the review period, and landlocked countries are weakly integrated in the global and regional value chains. And in that area, more work will need to be done. And regarding means of implementation, ODA flows as a group increased up to 2020, and there's been a decrease in 2021 of 15%, but hopefully it shall pick up again. But ODA remains a key source of external development finance for many landlocked countries. In 2021, 8 of the landlocked countries, 10% of their GNI was from ODA, or ODA accounted for 10% of the GNI in 8 countries. Foreign direct investment, which is the red line, it was on the decrease, but the pandemic made the decline even more severe, falling by 35% in 2020. Although foreign direct investment has recovered in 2021, this recovery is still below both the global level and the developing country average. And also FDI remains concentrated in a few countries, and also it is largely towards the natural resources. With remittances, there has been increases over the review period, except for 2020 when it fell because of the COVID pandemic. In general, some of the challenges which were experienced during the review period include COVID-19, which called for greater digitalization whether it's trade facilitation or even in the working environment industry. And also global challenges, which have already been highlighted. The issue of stubborn inflation, rising interest rates, also elevated shipping costs. And over the review period, as already mentioned also by our USG, there's been exacerbating impacts of climate change, which landlocked countries have experienced. And with regards to transit, whilst there's been a lot of ratification, there is need for implementation, and there is a lack of awareness for those who have not yet ratified. So there's need for more work to increase awareness on those issues and greater support for them to implement and operationalize the agreements. And the other problem has been limited resources for implementation and data for monitoring and reporting, especially data on very specific on flow of goods in transit. Such information has been very difficult to get hold of. There's also the issue of debt, which has affected many landlocked countries. For the 22 landlocked countries which experience debt distress analysis, 8 have a high risk of debt distress and 3 are already in debt distress. That was at the beginning of 2023. In terms of some recommendation, USG has already highlighted some in a way forward, and I'm not going to repeat because these are the same as what she has highlighted. I will go on to OHRLS support, which has been, or which is squarely on advocating for promotion of ratification, for promotion of the implementation of the program of action, for international support and partnerships in implementation, and for raising awareness on the issue of the landlocked countries. We also mobilize and coordinate the UN system support towards landlocked countries. For example, we have a roadmap for accelerated implementation of the Vienna program of action, which will also come to an end, but we hope to develop the one for the next one. And we also have some specific projects, resources allowing, where we work on capacity building on a specific project, like we had one on transport connectivity. And we also work on monitoring and reporting, and we facilitate knowledge and sharing of experiences, especially through different fora and the national focal points. And as we look towards the third United Nations conference, which will be held in Kigali, we have an opportunity, or member states have an opportunity to formulate a new program of action that takes into account all the issues that arose during the implementation of the Vienna program of action. I thank you, Excellency.
Thanks, Mrs. Mutangadura, for your excellent presentation on all the policies implemented and the challenges that still the LLDC must face in the future. Muchas gracias por su presentación, señora Mutangadura. Una excelente presentación en todas las políticas implementadas.
On all the policies implemented and also the challenges for the LLDC in the future. Now I will give the microphone to Mr. Kenji Noe, Head Officer, Senior Officer.
Thank you, Vice Minister Raul Silvero. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Paraguay and the agency for being the host of this meeting. And I'm very glad to be here back in Asunción. Since 1995 until 2002, I was in charge of the macroeconomic analysis of Paraguay for the economic study of CEPAL back then. So it's a pleasure to be back here and analyzing the problems from a landlocked country point of view. They have requested me to revise the case of Latin America. Gladys has said it globally, and regarding the macroeconomic framework, as I've mentioned this morning, Bolivia and Paraguay have had a performance that is relatively favorable in terms of the region in this decade of analysis that we're going to see in these 2 days. The PIB has grown, the internal gross product has grown, and during the pandemic it has lessened. But in the case of Paraguay, it was less significant than in Bolivia. And in terms of the indicators of poverty, as we said this morning, the reductions have been quite relatively good during this decade. In the case of Bolivia, since 34 to 29, and in the case of Paraguay, 22 until 21, a bit less than 21%, as you can see here. However, from the point of view in the external aspect, in the difference in the macro and the social areas, there's a performance that's not quite positive relatively. And here in the left, you can see that the exports of both countries didn't have a performance that's favorable in this period. And besides that, the prices were gradually growing during this period. This has been favorable for the exports in the last years post-pandemic, but during the period of 2014 to 2022-23, it wasn't favorable. And we see that this has to do with a lot of reasons. One of them is the great dependence that these two countries have with that are landlocked. They are dependent on Argentina and Brazil, which didn't have a positive macroeconomic performance during this decade, which has resulted from less demand of the products. Some of the advances that we've seen in the diversification of the products, not in the number of products that these two countries have increased during this period, especially in the case of Paraguay. We see that the 10 main export products way less now, which means that there's a more diversification, which is directly related to the development of the sector of maquila here in Paraguay. Likewise, in the case of Bolivia, this concentration has decreased relatively in a less proportion. In terms of the markets where these countries export, we can see here that in the concentration in the case of Paraguay, it has increased in terms of the markets, and in the case of Bolivia, it has been reduced. In terms of not in a great proportion, but it has decreased. And once again, this has to do with the great dependence of these two countries have with the main countries in the region, Brazil and Argentina. If we see in terms of the logistics, You can see here that the performance has been quite uniform. Likewise, as all the countries in South America were, the World Bank. This indicator is an indicator of an opinion of the freight forwarders in terms of what is the efficiency of the one and the infrastructure of these in terms of what the business of the freight forwarders are doing with these countries. And this is an indicator of the opinion of these freight forwarders, which doesn't make this very robust, but it doesn't give us a. There's another indicator that we have here, bottom right. It's regarding the agreement to facilitate trade. In both cases, Paraguay and Bolivia have high percentages of implementation of the agreement, but this is not a reflection of the problems of transportation and infrastructure of the countries, but mainly because it has to do with the fluidity of the transportation and what customs does in order to facilitate the transportation. So this is another type of indicator. But one point that we need to emphasize here is that we need more concrete parameters to represent the problems of these two countries. And we recommend that this is an important issue, as the Joint Executive Secretary has already mentioned, in the new action program that we need to implement in the next decade. Up to now, we've concentrated in the trade of goods. In terms of services, we've seen that it has have a recent recovery regarding the exports of services, especially in the case of Paraguay. And here, once again, services that are supporting the maquila sector have highly increased during this decade, which has pushed the exports of services in Paraguay. But Bolivia has also had a better performance after the pandemic, mainly because of the major exports in transportation. In terms of infrastructure, as I've mentioned this morning, there has been great advances and progress within the area. From one point, both countries have had great progress in terms of the users of internet, which we will discuss more profoundly tomorrow, but both countries are above average of Latin America here. In terms of the implementation, means of implementation, as we've seen here, both countries are which less receive foreign investments directly, which we can see here to the left, and the levels of help for development have been very low, less in Paraguay than in Bolivia, which have had greater. It's quite small levels. So this has a lot of challenges in order to see how we can attract more investments to these countries. Okay, to summarize, we've seen that in terms of economic terms and social terms, We have good news during this decade, but in the external sector, especially in the export and diversification of the export products, we have more challenges. So we believe that with the transit countries, the cooperation with the transit countries, these both countries depend a lot on those countries. So the relationship has to be intensified. As the theme of this conference says, we believe that the integration, as well as what was said this morning, it's essential to have a transformation that is productive and economically positive, which will require human resources as well as external and internal resources, which will be a challenge in this context of low relative growth regarding internal gross product, which means less fiscal income. So I would like to emphasize, for the new action plan, we need to incorporate clear objectives that can be monitored and that can describe the bottlenecks of these countries. And from CEPAL, we are available to collaborate with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Inoue, for your excellent presentation. It has given us a precise x-ray of the situation and the steps to keep implementing in the different areas and products for exportation, the infrastructure issues, and logistics. Thank you very much for that presentation. Next, I want to highlight the work of the High Representative Office for the OHR LLS in order to implement the Vienna Action Program in preparation for the third conference in Rwanda, and also highlight the results presented by the ECLAC regarding the logistical performance for all the LLDC in the region. Next, I want to present the dialogue of high level. This will be a space to present the vision on challenges and opportunities for LLDC and other stakeholders. For that, I will give the microphone to the National Chancellor, Mr. Julio Cesar Arriola, President of the Bureau. Now.
Excelencia. que seguiré. Si alguna otra delegación desea hablar, les ruego levanten su placa para que podamos identificar al país o al organismo y darles el uso de la palabra. Para permitir la máxima participación, insto a todos los oradores a ser conscientes del tiempo máximo de 5 minutos en sus intervenciones. En un primer lugar tengo a la delegación de Bolivia. Usted tiene la palabra.
Gracias, presidente. En primera instancia, mi delegación desea agradecer al Gobierno de Paraguay, a la CEPAL y a la Oficina de Alto Representante por la excelente organización de este evento. En la recta final de la implementación del Programa de Acción de Viena para los países.
We're not receiving audio in the booth. Apologize. There we go. We will be able to build a new action program that will be transforming for all the LLDC for the next decade. Mr. President, during the last 10 years, Bolivia have achieved significant progress implementing the VPA. Nonetheless, Bolivia still have some limitations to reach to a real access to the sea through the transit countries. These progresses include the development of infrastructure, expanding their network of transportation, including the multimodal connectivity, the customs and the integrated controls with the border that facilitate the connection with the transit countries and their market, the facilitation of trade in the borders in order to improve the works in FOB areas that we have different ports, and a significant increase on public investment in key sectors for economic growth. Despite the emerging challenges that have limited our progress, recently the COVID and the climate change crisis and the geopolitical crisis, they have increased the existing vulnerabilities, distorting the supply chain. They have impacted the economical growth. But even though this year Bolivia has the lowest inflation rate in South America, and when it comes to the regional mechanisms, they have provide a role that facilitate collaboration for the landlocked countries. Initiatives from the CLAD and those related to commerce, the Mercosur and the LLDC, they have a potential to improve the trade, the connectivity, and the solidarity in the region, offering dialogue platforms and collective solutions. Thank you, Mr. President. I thank your intervention. Now I give the floor to the Nuncio.
Distinguished guests, the Holy See is pleased to participate in this high-level Latin American Regional Review meeting of the Vienna Program of Action for Landlocked Developed Countries for the decade 2014 to 44, and expresses this appreciation to the government of Paraguay, United Nations Office of the High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, landlocked developing countries and small island developing states, and the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean for jointly organizing this event. With less than a year left before the Vienna Programme of Action expires, it is crucial that the international community renews its commitment to support landlocked developing countries and ensures that their specific development needs and priorities are properly addressed. In this regard, the Holy See looks forward to a successful third United Nations Conference on the LLDCs in 2024, for which this regional review constitutes an important step. People are the greatest resources of LLDCs and a critical asset for their development. Any policy or program that truly aims at supporting them must therefore put the human person at its center. This means promoting a model of development that is not simply focused on addressing the economic or financial challenges faced by LLDCs, but rather advances integral human development. The LLDCs in Latin America continue to face challenges related to poverty. Despite remarkable progress made in terms of poverty reduction, income distribution, and social inclusion, the number of people who still lack access to the essential resources needed to support themselves and their families and to become dignified agents of their own destiny remains alarmingly high. In the fight against poverty, trade can play an important role, particularly for LLDCs whose development is often constrained by their geographical remoteness and isolation. When trade conforms to the demands of social justice and international economic relations grounded in ethical criteria, especially the pursuit of the common good, the universal destination of goods, and attention to the rights and needs of the poor, they can become a critical tool to foster economic growth and strengthen international cooperation and integration. In this regard, it is essential that the international community, in working towards the preparation of the new program of action for LLDCs, develop trade policies that truly contribute to reduce the gap between the haves and the have-nots. In conclusion, the OLC hopes that the voice of LLDCs will be heard throughout this whole process in order to advance tailored measures that support them in their pursuit of sustainable development. This should allow each LLDCs to grow in its distinct way and develop its capacity for innovation while respecting the values of its proper culture, and especially of the inherent dignity of every person and the promotion of the common good of all. Thank you. Very kind.
I thank you, Mr. Ariota, for your intervention. And now I will give the microphone to the delegation of Austria.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Mr. Foreign Minister, and one of the best ambassadors at the UN that we ever had and whom we miss very dearly, Julio Cesar. Thank you so much, Madam Undersecretary, also, and Excellencies. I'm very honored to participate in the high-level Latin American Regional Review meeting of the Vienna Program of Action for LLDCs. Let me, first of all, begin by thanking the government and people of Paraguay for the outstanding hospitality and for enabling us to meet here in Asunción to discuss the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action in Latin America. And also I would like to extend my gratitude to Undersecretary General Rabab Fatima and her team for steering the preparations for the upcoming conference with such determination. A few days ago, we concluded the high-level political forum in New York with a clear message. Progress is being made, but far from enough. And I thank Undersecretary General Fatima for highlighting at the high-level political forum in New York and also earlier today that this is particularly the case for landlocked developing countries. As we embark on the preparations for the third conference in Kigali, let me assure you of Austria's full support. And that is not a surprise. Austria, a landlocked country itself, knows the challenges that landlocked countries face. In 1945, after the end of the Second World War, we required the help of others to rebuild. And with the help of others, we were able to begin a development process nationally that in the context and with the help of integration with our EU partners and the help of others who supported us and also with the help of the United Nations, we succeeded essentially. And this is no surprise then that we are delighted to be a loyal partner to LLDCs in their quest. And of course, we also were a honored host of the second UN conference which adopted the Vienna Program of Action. The next months will be crucial in this regard. We need to mobilize development partners, transit countries, and other partners to get SDG implementation in the LLDCs back on track and to keep the implementation and of the current and future LLDC program of action high up on the international agenda. As we move ahead, Austria looks forward to build on our long-standing partnership with LLDCs and also as a co-chair of the group of friends of LLDCs and as co-facilitator of the outcome document of the midterm review of the Vienna Program of Action. We welcome that the designated bureau of the PrepCom for the conference has taken up its work, and Austria is honored to be part of this bureau and looks forward to cooperate closely with everyone to ensure the best possible outcome for the upcoming conference. Mr. Chair, as we near the halfway point of the 2030 agenda, it is particularly important to mobilize support for the specific challenges and vulnerabilities of LLDCs. In times of crises, more than ever, we need to stand together. We look forward to continue our close cooperation on the road to Kigali. Thank you.
Agradezco sus palabras al representante permanente.
I thank the representative of Austria in the Mr. Alexander. Thank you for your speech. I would like to give the word now to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Estimado canciller.
Estimated Chancellor, Brazil has been compromised from the beginning with the implementation of the Vienna plan, and we firmly continue to regarding the in order to adopt which has been adopted in the Kigali conference, the indicators of persistent challenges that give limits to the development of the LLDCs is worrying us and also helps us to reinforce our efforts in order to, which has been expressed in the letter, in the preamble of the letter of the United Nations, to promote the social growth of all the countries. Both countries which are landlocked in Latin America are our neighbors and friends of Brazil, both Bolivia and Paraguay. In order to advance in the axis, Brazil looks to contribute with both countries in order to facilitate, in order to help with infrastructure. In bilateral efforts, there's infrastructures that Brazil has tried to cooperate with Bolivia and Paraguay. In this, the role of the international bridges in order to provide benefits for the bilateral trade and for the population of both the country. With Paraguay, we have two bridges which are going under construction. The bridge which is in the Paraná River, and the one in the Paraguay River, which is Carmelo Peralta. With Bolivia, we're considering joint projects for the construction of bridges that will facilitate the circulation of people and goods. Regional integration is also important for Brazil with the other countries. For example, Mercosur and their specialized forums in infrastructure and frontier cooperation. Paraguay as a member and Bolivia as a member to be participated in Mercosur reunions in order to cooperate in infrastructure in the benefit of the regional developments in order to strengthen the value chain and new economic opportunities in the frontiers. In Mercosur, Mr. President, the integration and the facilitation of trade and the development infrastructure have been progressing with the agreement of facilitation of trade and investments. It's also important to align the new plan action with the sustainable development objectives. For Brazil, the implementation in particular of the ODS 2017 Alliance to achieve the goals is fundamental for the promotion of policies in LLDCs and as well as the international cooperation with these countries. Brazil renews now the promise to collaborate with the Agenda 2030 to not leave anyone behind. And regarding the worldwide and in the attention to the national priorities of the LLDCs, which are less developing countries, and the islands. We wish that this meeting is a success and that we're capable of acquiring agreements which are feasible in order to duplicate efforts which have been talked about in other forums. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. I will give the word to the distinguished Committee of France.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Chancellor, I would like to thank to the UN's OHRLLS and the ECLECT for organizing this meeting and the government of Paraguay as well for receiving us for this conference. The conference about the LLDC for next year in Kigali will be key because these countries have been highly affected by the COVID pandemic and the consequences of the multiple crises that are happening. The pandemic created the obstacles for the implementation of the VPA, and we regret that more than half of the PDSL are still under the category of those least developed country. The challenges that the PDSL are facing that were identified in the BPOA are in the center of the France Development Plan and in the agreement with our European partners. If we have the appropriate policies, this can be a drive of the sustainable development for those PDSL or LDC, LLDC. That's why we support the physical connectivity and also infrastructure for sustainable and resilient with technical support to build capacity. With our European partners, France are part of Global Gateway, which has the objective of connectivity to strengthen the resilience of our partners, including the LLDC in 5 priority sectors: digital infrastructure, energy and transportation, as a health system, education, and research. The Global Gateway is characterized for the integrated focus that has an investment with from public sources and private sources in order to support sustainable infrastructure and also for providing technical support. In Latin America, the summit of the ECLAT of July 18 put the European Union as an important partner with 45 thousand millions of euros as part of the Global Gateway. In the landlocked developing countries, the gateway are reflected in the renovation of the electrical network renovation in Paraguay and the development of renewable energy in Bolivia. This is aligned. The development agency from France has supported with 60 million funds the photovoltaica, the biggest one from Bolivia, in which second stage was inaugurated in 2021. Mr. President, when it comes to the deteriorated financing context, France is committed to guarantee that all the states, especially the ones that are landlocked, can satisfy their need of investment, providing a sustainable transition that is also fair. The summit that happened in Paris provided a new commitment to create the conditions for the peoples when it comes to the financial shock for the SDG. A year prior to the conference in Kigali, we reiterate our support to help you with your structural transformation and to help you find solutions for the problems that you are facing. We appreciate the ambassador from France in Paraguay, Pierre Sokoya, for his intervention.
I give now the microphone to the distinguished delegation of Botswana.
Thank you, Chairperson. At the outset, let me thank the government of Paraguay for organizing this important meeting and for the hospitality extended to my delegation. I speak in my capacity as chair of the group of LLDCs, but also as the host of the Africa Review regional meeting, which was held in Gaborone from the 29th to the 30th May. And I'll just briefly share the outcome of our meeting in Gaborone. But also share that, as you are all aware, many LLDCs, we know that, well, as all LLDCs, we know that there's been progress that has been made, but also know that there's been very slow, the progress has been very slow especially due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the geopolitics tensions that we are aware of, and the current multiple crises. But still, several countries, including some LLDCs, have improved their infrastructure connectivity, which is very important for most LLDCs or any country to do trade and other things. However, we also recognize that the African LLDCs continue to face major constraints in fully harnessing the benefits of digital economy that includes infrastructure gaps and relatively high cost of ICT services. It is therefore critical that the high costs of broadband in Africa LLDCs are reduced. The meeting also noted that the LLDC's quest to deepen regional integration has been severely constrained by a lack of capacity, especially in implementing ratified trading protocols, such as supply-side constraints, rather, lack of complementarity of goods, multiple membership, macroeconomic instability, and shortage of key infrastructure, such as transport, water, and energy. Against this backdrop, we call on international financial institutions, multilateral development banks, development partners, to consider infrastructure funding window that will provide preferential funding for LLDCs. We underscore the importance of capacity building in designing bankable projects and call on the UN system development partners, multilateral development banks, international and regional organizations to provide capacity building support to LLDCs and transit countries on transport infrastructure development. Chair, we further recognize the need for innovative approaches to treat in a holistic manner the issues of transit, transport, and trade facilitation, and call on the international community to support LLDCs to address the limitations arising from the rise in transport and logistic costs that are hampering their effective participation in regional value chains using their comparative advantages. We call on the international community to support the LLDCs to advance structural economic transformation with a view to building productive capacity, focusing on increasing value addition in the manufacturing and agricultural sectors, further integrating LLDCs into global and regional value chains, and export diversification and promoting formal and decent employment. We look forward to meeting in Kigali for the third LLDCs conference. I thank you, Chair, and wish you a productive meeting.
I thank the DPR from Botswana, Ismael Shofelo Tabuta, a very great friend from New York, and president of the LLDCs right now at the United Nations. Thank you. Ofrezco la palabra.
I will give the microphone now to the delegation of Rwanda.
Thank you. Thanks for giving me the floor. On behalf of my government of Rwanda and my ambassador in the United Nations, New York, let me take this opportunity to thank you for a warm welcome for our delegation, to our team here in Paraguay. It's my first visit, so I'm very excited to be here for Rwanda. And second, also, it's great to be here since we established a relationship between Paraguay and Rwanda this year, and it's a great opportunity for us to visit the country and also. But also, let me take opportunity to thank the USG for her leadership on LLDCs and her team for the remarkable work they do and put together this review conference here in Paraguay. And lastly, before I jump on a few remarks, I would like to thank also all the countries present here, and we look forward to welcome you in Kigali, in Rwanda, during the conference of LLDCs in Kigali. Mr. President, let me just touch on three quickly things today as I hear our colleagues. We jump into the discussion and touching on important issues we're discussing that affects our countries and our partners. One is we believe it's very important that we set an ambition agenda that help our countries deal with the 21st century challenges we're facing today. we had our colleagues touch on infrastructure and connectivities, but also there's climate change and all those other key important issues. So the agenda we set from here today, the next 2 days will be very important shaping what we do in the next 10 years. It will be very important bringing the investment and the funding that we need in our countries, in our communities. So we think it's very important to set an ambition agenda. A second is, I think it's key to be innovative. We can't do the business as usual as we've done. It's very important that we're very innovative in what we do, how we find solutions, how we find funding for programs and projects we're doing in our countries to really address the challenges we are facing. And the last thing, Mr. President, if I could touch on this, I think it's important that we emphasize the knowledge sharing between our countries and but also our partners. We had colleagues touching on capacity building and those elements, but also learning from each other what other countries are doing for between us, so we can share that knowledge. Thank you very much, and we look forward to welcoming you in Kigali and Rwanda next year. Thank you.
I thank Councillor Yannick Tona from Rwanda for his speech. Cedo ahora el uso de la palabra a la delegación de Canadá.
Gracias, señor ministro. Canada se complace en participar en
Is pleased to be participating in this revision in the name of our ambassador in New York. I'm here in the name of our ambassador in New York. Do you listen? Can you hear? In 2014, the adoption of this conference is an opportunity commercial-wise. Canada believes that this action plan has to be aligned with the LLDCs, so that no one can be left behind. Canada recognizes that the sustainable development needs a multifaceted we need to focus on opportunities like minority education, digital transformation, and structures, as we've spoken. Together, we can liberate all our potential in order to have a more integrated economy worldwide. As a member for the development of LLCDs in terms of empowerment of women, we also guarantee that people that are in vulnerability scenarios, so that no one is left behind. Canada believes that in joint work that we can collaborate together in order to put our knowledge to work, in order to look for solutions that are innovative, in order to make the LLCDs progress. Our minister, as defensor of the LLCDs, also with Motley from Barbados, the minister from Motley from Barbados, have compromised in order to collaborate with our efforts together. We hope to actively participate in the LLCD in the next year, a conference, and in the preparatory phase, we are committed to work elbow to elbow in order for our sustainable objectives can reach a good road. Thank you. I thank you, Mr. Lambert, for your intervention and your speech. Now I will give the word to the PNUD. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
I'll be sharing some thoughts in this very important high-level event. Recently, the UN Secretary General called for a rescue plan for the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, as only 12% of the SDGs targets are on track. 12% only are on track. Progress of a further 50% is weak and insufficient, and we have delayed or gone into reverse on more than 30% of the goals. The ongoing polycrisis, including the enduring socioeconomic shockwaves of the COVID-19 pandemic, conflicts, and economic setbacks, have stalled and reversed progress on the SDGs, affecting every country and community in the world and leading millions of people into poverty amidst an scaling climate change crisis. To cope with the crisis, many governments will require to continue providing health care services, expanding social protection, protecting jobs, strengthening small, medium enterprises, and supply chains, making fiscal and financial resources available for the recovery, and in strengthening social cohesion and community action. And around the world, a debt crisis is growing, threatening the ability of landlocked developing countries to invest in much needed services and infrastructure. Since 2016, in collaboration with other UN agencies and international organizations, UNDP has facilitated engagement with at least 12 LLDCs to mainstream the SDGs in national development policies, action plans, and budgets, identifying integrated policies approaches susceptible to accelerate progress across the SDGs, and discussing innovative financial mechanisms to mobilize resources to invest in sustainable development. UNDP's partnerships with LLDCs cover specific priority areas of the Vienna Program of Action, including, for example, on energy, climate change, trade, structural economic transformation, and financing for development. At UNDP, we have provided renewed incentive to our work on access to energy, considering the beneficial effect it has across SDGs such as health, education, infrastructure, and sustainable industrialization. Our support focuses on both access to energy and access to clean cooking solutions. Programs are ongoing in 9 landlocked countries, developing countries, and globally, UNDP's Climate Promise continues to support over 120 countries to develop national determined contributions NDCs to enhance transparency, monitoring, reporting, and verification of climate efforts. UNDP's climate efforts are underway in all 32 landlocked development countries. As we are aware, landlocked development countries face complex challenges on their road to achieve the 2030 Agenda, including higher costs for infrastructure and digital infrastructure. Therefore, let me focus on 2 major issues as priorities for the next decade of action. Firstly, on financing. The UN Secretary General SDG Stimulus Plan proposes a 3-point plan to begin responding to systemic risks, including the inject liquidity, restructure sovereign debt, and lower the costs of long-term lending to developing economies. To move forward, we need multilateral solutions that match country solutions. We need financial assurance, guarantees, debt for the nature, and debt for climate swaps, and state contingency instruments on that side. Progress depends on the risking, leveraging capital markets, implementing new capital adequacy rules, and issuing subordinate debt. Secondly, UNDP, we believe that digital public infrastructure and digital public goods can help address the most pressing challenge of our time and should be considered as tangible initiatives necessary to achieve a transformative program of action for landlocked developing countries for the next decade. Digital public infrastructure, including technologies, standards, and systems, can distribute the ability to solve complex challenges. And digital public goods allow countries to accelerate the establishment of digital public infrastructure and can quickly foster the utilization of digital solutions for complex challenges at scale. By design, digital public goods are adaptable, scalable, and grounded in a spirit of collaboration. This requires leveraging and investing in the public systems, coordinated standards, protocols, and data systems upon which innovation can take place. UNDP is committed to working with partner countries, including LLDCs, in finding pathways towards sustainable development to eradicate poverty, reduce inequality, and protect the environment for future generations. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Agradezco a la señora Silvia Morimoto del PNUD por su intervención. Cedo ahora el uso de la palabra a la CEGIP.
Buenos días, presidente. Quiero agradecer y felicitar a los organizadores de esta importante reunión, muy especialmente a la Cancillería de Paraguay por la hospitalidad, la frecuente hospitalidad cuando organizan estos eventos. Desde la CEGIP, la Secretaría General Iberoamericana, conformada por los 22 países de América Latina, más España, Portugal y Andorra, somos unos fervientes impulsores y entusiastas de este tipo de espacios alineados a la Agenda 2030 y la verdad que estamos muy agradecidos de la invitación a invitarnos a participar en esta nueva reconfiguración o repensar ante los nuevos escenarios y los nuevos retos globales. Es imposible encarar el desarrollo sin tener en cuenta la importancia del desempeño logístico. Creo que quedó muy bien marcado en las estupendas presentaciones que tuvimos en el principio como punta de lanzamiento de esta conversación. Y apostar por la facilitación del comercio y la inserción en las cadenas de valor requieren de un esfuerzo especial para acompañar a los países en desarrollo sin litoral. Escuchábamos unas muy buenas presentaciones teniendo la evidencia de la importante esfuerzo de Bolivia y de Paraguay como miembros plenos también de CEGIP. Vienen llevando adelante importantes esfuerzos con evidentes logros, donde por supuesto, como pasa en todos nuestros países, no pueden también estar marcados por las dificultades de los nuevos escenarios y los nuevos desafíos que se nos plantean a partir desde el COVID, desde la guerra y desde la crisis medioambiental. Estamos completamente alineados con este programa. Desde la Secretaría venimos llevando adelante algunas acciones que de alguna manera tienen que ver con esto. Nuestra Carta de Principios y Derechos Digitales, recientemente aprobada en nuestra cumbre de jefes y jefes de Estado y de Gobierno en República Dominicana, remarca la importancia que tiene el trabajo y la cooperación para seguir desarrollando y alentando nuestra infraestructura digital. El compromiso con la inversión que adquirieron las organizaciones patronales de nuestros 22 países en el encuentro empresarial iberoamericano con más de 1.500 empresarios también remarca el importante esfuerzo que tenemos que hacer desde los gobiernos para facilitar la inversión, pero también ese importante compromiso que hace falta desde el sector privado para poder apalancar y hacer crecer las inversiones que están haciendo falta. Para nosotros desde la Secretaría seguir impulsando este tipo de debates es fundamental, seguir muy de cerca la implementación de estos programas para alentar el desarrollo de la logística y facilitar el comercio y alentar la inserción en las cadenas globales de valores centrales, medular, y por eso agradecemos y estamos a disposición para seguir trabajando en conjunto. Muchas gracias.
Agradezco al señor Esteban Campero de la CEGIP por su intervención. Cedo ahora el uso de la palabra al representante de la OEA.
Señor Julio César Arriola, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores del Paraguay, ministros, ministras y jefes de delegación encargados de la aplicación del Programa de Acción de Viena en los países en desarrollo sin litoral de América Latina, invitados e invitadas especiales. Agradecemos el espacio en este diálogo de alto nivel enfocado en el tema de diversificación y transformación productiva como parte de la reunión regional de América Latina preparatorio de la tercera conferencia de las Naciones Unidas sobre los países en desarrollo sin litoral a realizarse en 2024. Felicitamos al Gobierno de Paraguay por el liderazgo para convocar este encuentro y a todas las delegaciones aquí presentes por su compromiso y contribuciones a este diálogo con el fin de atender las necesidades especiales de los países en desarrollo litoral de la región y formular soluciones que favorezcan mayor integración y desarrollo. Tal y como se indica en la nota conceptual de este encuentro, los países en desarrollo de la región se han visto afectados de forma desproporcionada por la pandemia, al igual que por los efectos negativos del cambio climático. Cuenten con el apoyo y colaboración de la Organización de los Estados Americanos en los esfuerzos para cumplir con los objetivos planteados para esta reunión y su seguimiento. Las prioridades del Plan de Acción de Viena en los temas de desarrollo se encuentran relacionados con los mandatos y acciones que han definido los Estados miembros en el marco de la OEA. En este sentido, los Estados miembros de la OEA colaboran activamente con el fin de diseñar e implementar políticas y acciones de cooperación que aseguren el desarrollo sostenible e inclusivo en las Américas como base para la democracia, la justicia social y el progreso. La OEA convoca 11 procesos ministeriales a través de su Secretaría Ejecutiva para el Desarrollo Integral, en temáticas de desarrollo sostenible, energía, competitividad, educación, trabajo, pequeñas y medianas empresas, ciencia y tecnología, turismo, cultura, cooperación para el desarrollo y puertos. En estos espacios, la OEA reúne a líderes para crear consenso e identificar prioridades regionales, compartir buenas prácticas y cooperación para acelerar el desarrollo. Se trabaja con los gobiernos para construir alianzas y redes e implementar iniciativas de cooperación con la colaboración de socios estratégicos del sector privado, la academia y las ONGs. Ante la convergencia de múltiples retos que se presentan en la región, los Estados miembros han priorizado trabajar con un enfoque multidisciplinario e integral. Las cuestiones del desarrollo sostenible, el cambio climático, la biodiversidad, la mitigación y preparación ante desastres y la resiliencia son actualmente fundamentales para todos los diálogos ministeriales y las acciones de cooperación de los diferentes sectores y los espacios que convoca la OEA. El cambio climático es una amenaza existencial para los países de la región porque agrava la brecha social, acentúa la desigualdad y la pobreza. Las comunidades rurales y los pueblos indígenas de la región se encuentran entre los más afectados por los efectos adversos del cambio climático. El Banco Mundial estima que el cambio climático provocará un aumento de hasta el 300% de la pobreza extrema en América Latina y el Caribe para el 2030. Otro tema relevante para la diversificación y transformación productiva es la digitalización y el aprovechamiento de las tecnologías transformadoras. La innovación es un motor clave para la creación de valor, el crecimiento económico y los empleos de calidad, lo que requiere convertir las ideas en negocios exitosos con recursos e inversión oportuna. Sin embargo, los indicadores muestran que América Latina y el Caribe están rezagados con respecto a los países desarrollados y otros países emergentes en estas áreas. Para poder sostener el crecimiento, la región necesita introducir constantemente nuevos bienes y adoptar y desarrollar nuevas tecnologías. Como resultado de la pandemia, todos los sectores económicos, incluidos la educación, la salud, el comercio, el transporte, la energía, las comunicaciones, los gobiernos y los negocios, desde las grandes empresas hasta las MIPYMES, se transformaron rápidamente con el fin de utilizar las herramientas y tecnologías digitales para mantener sus operaciones diarias. Las transiciones se hicieron de 20 a 25 veces más rápido de lo que antes se creía posible. Sin embargo, no todos los sectores o personas lograron el mismo nivel de acceso o capacidades. En medio de esta transición, los hogares de bajos ingresos y las comunidades desfavorecidas se enfrentaron a más incertidumbres y dificultades financieras, sociales, emocionales, de salud y de aprendizaje. Las tecnologías digitales pueden mejorar la conectividad, la inclusión financiera, el acceso a la educación, la salud y el comercio, así como promover el desarrollo sostenible y abordar el cambio climático. Tiene el potencial de reducir los costos operativos y mejorar la productividad. Para realizar estas operaciones es fundamental el desarrollo de las habilidades y credenciales esenciales para la participación de los jóvenes y las comunidades desatendidas en la economía digital y la innovación. Cerrar la brecha de habilidades digitales permitirá a los países de América Latina y del Caribe ampliar oportunidades de empleo y emprendimiento en ciencia y tecnologías transformadoras, incluidas las habilidades climáticamente inteligentes para apoyar la sostenibilidad. Estimadas autoridades y socios de este encuentro, la implementación de soluciones y prácticas innovadoras puede generar retornos económicos y medios de vida alternativos y sostenibles. Se requiere colaboración multidisciplinaria y esfuerzos que atiendan los ámbitos sociales, económicos y ambientales de forma coordinada. Un enfoque responsable e integral que incorpore conceptos de sostenibilidad, genere un impacto positivo en el medio ambiente, la biodiversidad, la sociedad, las pequeñas y medianas empresas y las comunidades locales. Desde la OEA les deseamos un encuentro productivo, reiterando que las discusiones de este foro sobre los países en desarrollo y litoral son relevantes para todas las Américas. Cuenten de nuevo con nuestra colaboración y apoyo. Muchas gracias.
Agradezco al señor Pablo Sandino, quien intervino en nombre de la Organización de los Estados Americanos. No veo, hemos escuchado al último orador, no sé si algún país, Estado miembro o organismo internacional. Hemos escuchado al último orador de esta sesión. A lo largo de la intervención hemos escuchado sobre el progreso que se ha logrado en la implementación en las áreas prioritarias del Programa de Acción de Viena para los PDSL en la región. Durante este periodo de revisión aprendimos sobre la inversión significativa que se ha hecho para mejorar el Estado. Señor embajador, cedo el uso de la palabra a la delegación de Chile.
Estimado presidente, perfectamente podemos esperar que usted termine su intervención. No quiero interrumpir.
No hay problema, señor embajador. Adelante. Estamos atentos.
Bueno, muchas gracias. En nombre del Gobierno de Chile deseo agradecer a los convocantes de esta importante reunión y deseo hacer simplemente una pequeña reflexión respecto a cómo Chile ha dado cumplimiento a las recomendaciones, mejorando la condición de los países y litoral de la región mediante importantes inversiones, tanto en infraestructura como otorgando beneficios y franquicias. Esto ha permitido reducir los tiempos de viaje, acceder a nuevos mercados y facilitar el intercambio comercial. Por otra parte, la constante mejora en los procesos de control migratorio, aduanero y fitosanitario en la frontera e introducción de sistemas tecnológicos avanzados ha permitido la disminución progresiva de los tiempos de espera, los trámites y propende todo a una mayor integración. Cabe destacar además que mi país, la facilitación de tránsito de los países y litoral latinoamericano
is of great importance. This has been showed during the pandemic of COVID-19. The borders were closed. The transit load was always welcomed and entered, which has helped that the international trade in the region were not affected. Thank you. Thank you, dear Ambassador, for your words. As I've said before, we understand that the significant investment that has been done in order to improve the roads and the railroads in both countries in the region, in order to develop the bioceanic corridor as well. These investments are still not sufficient because we have of the current needs and the future needs. We understand that the LLCs in Latin America have been diligently working in order to improve exports and diversify their target markets for non-traditional markets. However, the transformation of the economic structure and the growth of the business services is still a significant challenge. We've heard that both countries, developing countries in the region, are highly vulnerable in the effects of the climate change because of their geographic location, the distribution of their population, and their productive systems depend on natural resources. We've also heard the possible areas which are a priority and necessary to support the LLCs in their specific needs in order to progress in the objectives of the OCDs. I would like to thank all of the speakers and all distinguished participants for their valuable contributions in this session. And with this brief summary, we conclude the session we're taking advantage of this opportunity to communicate about the scheme and the agenda. We're going to have 5 discussion sessions, panels, today and tomorrow, and specific moderators, and they are detailed in the program you have with you. Taking this into account, we will prepare the first draft, which includes the Office of the High Representative as well as the CEPAL, which will take into account our discussions. I will invite all the delegations that are interested to provide your discussions in order to in room 3 of floor 2. We will have the drafting of this, and we can have this finalized draft by tomorrow noon for its final approval. And we point out that the result of our deliberations, our discussions, will prepare for the 3rd conference of LLCDs, which will take place in 2024, next year, in Kigali, Rwanda. And after the last discussion of the panel tomorrow, we'll have a session about the results, which will be immediately followed by the closing session. Now we will make a pause for lunch. We will be back here in the room at 2 o'clock for the discussion of panel 1, priorities for the next action plan for LLCDs. The session will be, the moderator will be the permanent representative of the United Nations, Alexander Mashik. And lunch will be served in the lobby. Thank you all for your presence here, and I hope that I had not been unfortunate with my voice here, but I couldn't not be present here in this opportunity, which is very special for Paraguay, for the LLCDs, and for our brothers that are the transit countries, and for the friends of the LLCDs. Thank you.
Damos inicio.
Se debatirán posibles elementos e iniciativas para acelerar aún más la recuperación de la pandemia de la COVID-19, el logro de los ODS y para acordar un programa de acción ambicioso y orientado a la acción para los PDSL para la próxima década. El moderador de este panel es el señor Alexander Marskik, representante permanente de Austria ante las Naciones Unidas, a quien le cedo la palabra a continuación.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. The interpretation wasn't on, but I trust that you introduced me and said that I would moderate this panel, and let me just welcome everyone to this panel one. It's our first discussion that we have in this more interactive, more informal means. And it will focus on the priorities of the next program of action for the LLDCs. As you heard, my name is Alexander Marschik. I am the Austrian ambassador to the United Nations in New York, and I am particularly honored to serve as moderator of this session, given that the current program of action, the one that we are in the final stages of implementing, hopefully now, was finalized and adopted in Vienna, Austria. As you can see from this panel, we are lacking one very crucial element that I have to point out, that there is no woman on this panel. And as a gender champion, it is something that I have to, of course, immediately make reference to. However, not all always is as bleak as it seems at first sight. In fact, there is a female panelist. Unfortunately, she was not able to come, but there will be a video presentation. So even if it looks rather one-sided, please, this is a panel which also has female participants on it. As we heard this morning, colleagues, progress in implementation of the Vienna Program of Action has been mixed. The midterm review, which was held in 2019, revealed that some progress was achieved in some areas. However, much more needs to be done. The assessment done in 2022 indicated that progress was stalled or in some instances even reversed by external shocks, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, the effects of climate change, and sovereign debt crises. On the positive side, both Bolivia and Paraguay are projected to outperform the regional average growth for 2023. We have also seen progress on transport infrastructure, particularly water transport. However, LLDCs, particularly in the Latin American region, continue to face high transport costs, struggle with unmet infrastructure needs, and structural economic transformation is limited. With regard to climate change, Bolivia and Paraguay are the only countries in South America to be considered at extreme risk by the Climate Change Vulnerability Index. It's against that backdrop that we develop the key priorities for LLDCs for the upcoming decade. And I'm grateful to Undersecretary General Rabab Fatima this morning when she gave us some of her ideas, what needs to be done. Infrastructure gaps need to be closed, the tech divide needs to be bridged, trade capacities need to be enhanced, structural barriers need to be reduced, climate challenges addressed, and the question of financing, of course, always a very crucial issue that needs to be also taken into account. So in the next hour, we will focus on some of these questions as we kick off the preparations for the upcoming program of action. What's clear, the third LLDC conference in Kigali must build on the Vienna program of action and deliver tangible solutions for LLDCs. And in the next hour, we will have the opportunity to focus on some key questions, and I think the questions are in the program of the conference. We'll first take a step back and reflect on lessons that we can draw from the current program of action and how these lessons can inform the developments for the Kigali program of action. We will discuss which targets, commitments, and deliverables are needed for the next program of action to be a really transformative one. On a similar note, how can the new program of action address the unique challenges faced by Latin American LLDCs? And last but not least, how can we leverage regional cooperation in Latin America to advance the priorities of the next program of action? To kickstart this discussion, we have a great panel. On behalf of the president of the conference and also the UN team and myself, I would like to thank you both very much here for participating live, and also from the third panelist through virtually. Each speaker should have about 5 to 6 minutes, but we will have a bit more time. I think we will have up to 10 minutes for you for your presentation, and then we will have time for an interactive discussion until 3 o'clock. The panelists are as follows. First, we will hear from Mr. Enrique Franco, Vice Minister of Economic Relations and Integrations of Paraguay. We will then have Ms. Ranhaidur Ellen Arnaudotir, virtually, Director of the OECD Development Center. And third, Mr. Ernesto Figueiredo, Federation of Production, Industry and Commerce of Paraguay. Those are the panelists for today, and I would like to ask you, Vice Minister Franco, if you would be so kind and to kick off.
I will speak in Spanish. I'm sorry for this presentation, so I will switch to Spanish. Gracias a todos los participantes. Gracias por la presentación.
For the presentation, and I have to recognize that the presentations that we've heard have been very important, detailing everything, and very useful. And many of you, we've been sharing in lunch our ideas. My presentation, considering all that was shown, the data that was shared, I would like to give a conceptualization to put some concepts on the table in order to discuss farther ahead and to mark some elements that later the OCDE as well as the private sector will be more specific on this. So from my part, I would try to put on the table are some issues and some concepts to invite for you to reflect on. People that work with trade normally know the clause that came out of the first conference of the United Nations regarding trade and employment in 1948, when it was first written. And that clause enabled bilateral agreements. It's the most favorable clause. The years passed, and in the decade of 1950, finalizing 1950, we saw that that wasn't generating development for all the countries. So that's why the United Nations pointed out that that decade as that decade of the 60s as a development decade. And there was a more important conference, and the United Nations conference was more regarding trade and development. In that first meeting or session of 1964, which ended in June 1964, there were 15 principles that came out that later evolved throughout the joint work with resolutions in 1968 that allowed important decisions in those countries that were working in the decade of 1970. Among those principles, they evolved after 10, 15 years later. We called the enablement clause, and that allowed the differentiated treaties regarding multilateral cooperation. In the first principles that came out, it was agreed upon, Principle 13, it was agreed upon to have specific principles for LLCDs. And that's just to let you remember the story. The Principle 1 says, the recognition of the rights of every state without landlocked in order to have access to the sea is essential for the expansion of international business. I just wanted you to remember where that recognition of the countries and the situation of the countries that are landlocked generally, particularly that are developing countries, that later on permitted resolutions in the case of Paraguay, for example. There were, with the neighbors, we had agreed to have free navigation. I want to highlight most of these principles are vinculated with the level of development. We shared this at lunch. There's a LLD, always linked to the level of development. But in the case of Paraguay and our participation in the process of integration to the Mercosur, due to the situation of finalizing 1990s, Paraguay pointed out the asymmetric concept, which is a concept that is different to the differentiated treaties that are linked to development levels. The symmetry has to do with real situations that are in fact quantifiable, that can be seen. In the case of Paraguay, we pointed out the economic structure of Paraguay, and globally, other countries can also have different characteristics which are specific to their own countries. But in that sense, issues that have to do with facts, the distances to the seaports, for example, that creates costs in time that we need to quantify. So I thank CEPAL a lot for that, for their presentation. That has to be a priority in the future, to see the quantification of these times and costs of these distances directly related to commerce and trade. So we all know as TED, these treaties as TED, and the concept of asymmetries, which in Paraguay relates with customs, the composition of internal gross product, which is concentrated in services, for example, because we don't have the agricultural to industry, but there's things that are proper that we need to analyze that are specific to us. The second element that I would like to analyze is regarding the difference between growth and development. I said before in the table, the countries without that are landlocked here. In Paraguay, we have grown. We have a lot of population, and we have decreased poverty. And I would also like to add, we have decreased emissions, which we have limitations, but in the 3 dimensions or pillars are possible to be done at the same time. We have decreased poverty and emissions. So how is this linked to costs? We have a lot of costs which probably in the next plan in Kigali we need to quantify. But regarding costs, what does this imply? When I request or search for or wait for more investments, I need to offer more incentives because of my costs. Generally, these additional incentives reflect in less taxes. So there's a pressure in to raise taxes, and there's a pressure to see how we can reflect this. There's more incentives and less taxes that another country not in this situation has to offer if we compare ourselves. That's the difference between growth and development, which is valid in order to consider here in this meeting. We can have growth. I can exonerate. There's going to be advantages. The market can generate opportunities. The growth is generated, but if there's not a public policy that can transform that growth into development or a better quality of life for the citizens, that's just growth and not development. So there's a difficulty in the financing of the proper public policies in order to transform that growth into development. That's another element that I want to conceptualize here. In order to see the way to quantify and seek for a solution, I don't know what the solution can be right now. We need to be creative to find solution, but it has to do with funding. We were talking today. At the start of the 90s, when everything was based on projects, or in the project outcomes, without the presence of the government, the funding at a long term, at least taking into account the economic structure of Paraguay, it's been displaced. So that effort to give, without having that effort without a long-term funding, it's very difficult. We have done that, but it's very difficult, and it's a question that we need to quantify, and we need to seek for a solution at a long term. So that's basically the concepts, that difference between the differentiated treaties and asymmetry and growth and development. And not to take more time, I would like to put some challenges that we need to place in the next action plan. To seek for the way to explain the situation. It's a proper responsibility of the LLCDs. We're 30 or more countries at a global level of LLCDs. Recently, we were talking with the ambassador that this differentiation lets us see that we're not linked to development. We have common elements with developed countries that have these costs or over costs as well. Some colleagues that are in Geneva to go to Rotterdam port, for example, there's an internal freight and there's costs. So even if you have a level of development, there's also a question of costs that are also present always. We need to measure today in the presentation of CEPAL, the second one, we've seen the need to quantify the data, and there's some work that CEPAL is doing in what is the incidence of the freights, regarding over the internal gross product. So we need to see how to quantify this. This is not reflected. This has to do with the fiscal pressure as well, and the cost country, because of being an LLCD, an investor pays both of these things. When they try to have that investment, they have those costs, so we need to talk about this and quantify this. And finally, all of this remains in seeking for funding at a long term for public policies And also, if we link this to the reality that the planet is going through with the green, we're worrying green climate crisis, and there has to be green financing or green funding that we need to explore. And I bring this to the table. So the next issues, infrastructure efficiency, we've talked about. I'm going to talk about in the next panel. Thank you for the opportunity.
Minister, thank you for this presentation, and thank you for putting the issues also into a broader historical, political, socio-economic context, the concept of asymmetries, the differentiation between growth and development, and the factor of public policies. So thanks for this very, very good contribution. The next speaker is a virtual presentation. I would ask the colleagues please to give us the access to the contribution of Ms. Ranheidur Ellen Arnaud-Luthier. If I could, I see that it's coming.
Excellencies, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay, Julio Cesar Ariola, Executive Secretary Jose Manuel Salazar, Undersecretary General Rabab Fatima, and Permanent Representative Alexander Marshik, distinguished panelists and guests, I thank you for the opportunity to address you here today. I come from an island country with a population of 390,000 citizens, so I'm deeply convinced we need forums to discuss specific issues facing specific countries. And today's meeting is very important because Latin America's landlocked developing countries, Bolivia and Paraguay, face specific development challenges. These include higher barriers to integrate into regional and global value chains. For example, transport costs accounted for an estimated 8.4% of trade value for Bolivia and 9.3% for Paraguay pre-COVID, compared to 6.3% on average for Latin America and the Caribbean. The overall regional situation makes things even more complicated. Latin America's share of global exports has stagnated in recent decades, remaining at between 4 and 5%. And intra-regional trade is not strong enough. Only 13% of LAC's exports remain within the region. And these two figures are important. To integrate into the global economy, landlocked countries rely on their links with transit countries and on how much these transit countries in turn are integrated with the world. But there are reasons for hope. The world is undergoing profound transformations that open new opportunities for landlocked countries. Value chains are shifting, economies and societies are going digital, and the urgency to act on climate is helping speed up a green transition. So how can countries like Bolivia and Paraguay seize these opportunities? As we reflect on the new program of action for LLDCs for the next decade, allow me to share some findings from our work at the OECD Development Center. These come mostly from the Latin American Economic Outlook, the LEO, which we are proud to co-author with our good colleagues at UN ACLAC, CAF, and the EU. We also conduct in-depth policy reviews with countries in the region, including Paraguay. Our first finding is that countries need to invest in quality infrastructure, including sustainable transport. And by this, I mean all modes of transport, not just roads. In 2019, the average investment for roads in Latin America and the Caribbean made up 42.3% of all transport investment, but just 3.4% for railways. And river and maritime investment in LAC accounts for just 5.4%. Improving the Paraguay-Paranao waterway, which is critical for access to Atlantic ports, has proven to be a great challenge. Governments also need to promote investment in digital infrastructure, which can support e-commerce, expand job opportunities, and help economies integrate into global trade and value chains. Here, Paraguay has an inspiring lesson to share. In the past decade, Paraguay has doubled the number of internet users, who now represent some 77% of its population. Besides infrastructure, landlocked countries must seize the opportunity to diversify and upgrade their export structures. In Bolivia, agriculture and the extractive sectors represented more than 50% of exports before COVID. In Paraguay, agriculture, livestock, and electricity generation represented around 60%. But the green transition brings great potential. Just think of the opportunities provided by sustainable mobility, renewable energy, or sustainable agriculture. Bolivia has one of the world's largest lithium reserves, so it is well placed to produce the material needed for electric mobility. In Paraguay, hydropower already provides 100% of the electricity grid. This will be a huge competitive advantage given global pressures to reduce the carbon content of exports. And for all these efforts to succeed, regional and international cooperation will play a pivotal role. This includes deepening cooperation between landlocked and transit countries to coordinate infrastructure investment, to reduce border delays, and simplify custom procedure. Ladies and gentlemen, the OECD Development Center stands ready to support these and other priorities. We are already working with Paraguay to draw lessons from the post-COVID recovery and identify paths to inclusive development. And the 2023 edition of the LEO will address the challenges and opportunities for investment and sustainable production transformation. In closing, please allow me to express my sincere thanks to the Ambassador of Paraguay to France and her whole team, who engage actively with the work of our governing boards. We will follow with great interest the preparations for the third United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries and look forward to the continued conversation and collaboration. Thank you.
I thank for this presentation by Ms. Arnardóttir from the OECD Center for Development. I think she made a good point. We need specific solutions for specific countries. I think she pointed very clearly also to the role of integration, regional, but also international integration. And she, most importantly, she gave us hope. Hope that, especially for LDCs, the digital and green innovations may provide very specific and very clear reasons for chances of development that we have to use optimally in the next decade. This brings us to our last speaker, and I now give the floor to Mr. Ernesto Figueiredo from the Federation of Production, Industry and Commerce of Paraguay.
Muy buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon to all the participants. First of all, I want to thank the United Nations program for this opportunity to share experiences. A little bit the vision from the private sector, the most relevant aspect of this VPA for LLDC. I would like to highlight some aspects that are very important for us to be included in the region. First of all, as you might well know, for Paraguay and I think for Bolivia and other countries, the other way is a fundamental element. The other way requires probably of being somewhat more pragmatic when it comes to the need, leave aside the political and ideology issues and try to solve the problems, because it's a good business For all the countries, the other way should work in a more efficient way and also to have more technology incorporated. Paraguay needs to have a master plan, a strategy on how to constantly improve the hydroway, how to incorporate technology in the hydroway so it can be opened not only 24 hours but also with more efficiency and taking into account also the environment and the people, because the other way in many of our countries are alone cities, alone communities that, and we should look with responsibility when it comes to the well-being of people and the families that live along these two big rivers that we have in our countries. Another fundamental key has to do with financing to this private sector. And what do I say financing to the private sector? We all know that our countries need and has an infrastructure deficit that is very big. Paraguay has a deficit of $35 million when it comes to infrastructure that is not feasible to be funded by the government because it doesn't have the conditions to take on that debt. So solutions has to do with something more creative, creating APPs, something more efficient with technology and with financing that can solve the biggest problems that have to do with viability, alternative transportation, and with that I don't only mean the waterway, as I was mentioning, but also the technology of urban areas that we are seeing develop lately. It also looking towards the environment and considering the well-being of the people. This financing is not on the size of the capacity that it needs. And there are some private initiatives that can help to solve these problems without putting the governments on financial shocks or high debts that can be risky or make these problems not a solution in the future. Another key aspect has to do with the digitalization. Paraguay is very behind when it comes to this type of processes. It has a huge impact on people, and this impact has to do with reducing corruption and the time when they have to do a transaction with the public sector, initiatives of entrepreneurs when they need public health services. This is an element that will be very profitable when it comes to the well-being of people, and we need to focus on digitalization of all the processes from the government, not only from the government, but also from the private sector as well, because we also need help to process the services to people in a more dignified way. We have more smartphones in Paraguay than people. Even in the farthest area of Paraguay, the poorest area of Paraguay, you will find a smartphone with a person that has a very small salary. So the tool and the technology is already working. What we need is to make it available all these tools that they need according to the way they act and they think, and for these tools to bring them solutions. Another key point that has to do with our landlocked countries. We have a technology locked in our country. We need to have internet connection in the biggest avenues. We cannot think about digitalization if we don't have digital connections for different reasons, and maybe because some bigger countries doesn't want us to have this type of connections through internet, to start thinking about the fourth revolution in which we are all in, which is the digital revolution. In this sense, and speaking more about digital revolution, we think that the next years are going to be key to provide opportunities to this huge demographic bonus that our countries have, especially Paraguay. Almost 70% of the population is under 30 years of age. This has a very positive element, but it has a other side that has to do with responsibility, because we need to provide with responsibility to these people that want to learn, but they don't have maybe the tools to learn, or maybe the educational systems that are very traditional are not useful for them, or won't be useful for them to respond to the demands from the world, which means coding with the new technology and everything that has to do with this new digital revolution. And in that sense, Paraguay has a huge responsibility for technological hubs, since Paraguay is a generator of renewable energy. It has energy that is available for the huge amount of data processing that the world needs. We have sustainable energy. We have young people that want to learn. We have some private initiatives in this sense that are very interesting, that are being implemented right now for big processing, system, and technological hubs, but we need more. Paraguay have decreased the poverty rate from 40 to 24%, but we need to keep bringing the poverty rate down. It is not something that we should be proud of yet, to have 24-25% in a country that produces food for almost 100 million of people. We are leaders in production when it comes to food. So everything that has to do with financing for hub technologies and for education and technology, we have had initiatives that have been very successful for young people, that with a basic level of education and even of Spanish, were able to code different technologies through smartphones in the farthest areas of the country. So these children that are now being born in the digital world, that they already have a smartphone, they can produce codes and program technology that the world needs. What we need is to give them more opportunity and a bigger volume, so the changes can be faster, and we don't have to wait decades for this well-being to reach this population. And lastly, the housing construction, or how our countries have a deficit when it comes to housing. This is a key issue. We can talk about many things, but if we don't have a good house, which is something basic to progress, in the sense, again, technology is proposing alternative methods of housing construction through robots. This is already happening. We have in private initiatives. We just need to make this construction processes more efficiency, so they can be sustainable and they can be appropriate to the need and with high technology. And why am I mentioning robots? Due to the velocity. We cannot think about solutions about 5 years, and people have to wait 5 years to have a house. So the climate change factors create some shocks when it comes to hurricanes or floodings that generate other concrete situations that in short term needs requires us to provide housing faster. So technology is fundamental. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Figueredo. For even your presence reminds us how important it is that that this is something that includes all stakeholders, that we include the private sector, civil society, academy, that we make sure that everyone is involved in this project. And thanks for reminding us of the importance of securing financing, and that must also sometimes include the private sector as well through partnerships. And of course, you stress the need to look for innovation, whether it has to do with digitalization and making best use also of existing capabilities that already exist, like in the smartphone, but also new technologies to solve important aspects such as housing questions. And this need for targeted, specialized education also is something that I took with me. So I think we have received a really good, broad introduction into this topic. As I think we will see throughout this whole conference, time is something that unfortunately is very limited. We have about 15 minutes now for some comments coming from the floor. So I invite anyone who wants to come in at this stage to make very short, if possible, presentations. We have about 15 minutes, and then I have 2 minutes each for the panelists who are here today with me to react in case there are any points that there should be reactions to. So with that, I'm opening the floor and hope that I will have a couple of interested speakers at this stage. Please, if you want to speak, put up your, and I recognize Rwanda, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much.
Gracias, embajador, por darme, y gracias a los panelistas por
discuss this topic. I just want to touch one thing quickly. The Vice Minister mentioned, and if he could elaborate a little bit, it would be wonderful, because this is a new, the green financing is a new subject we're discussing, especially when it comes to LLDCs, and as we go post-COVID, the recovering, and then we started looking at the program, Kigali, what will be the Kigali program of action in the next 10 years. Could you talk a little bit about the green financing? Where does it fit in what we're trying to do for LLDCs, and how should we look at an approach that would, as we discuss the Kigali action plan? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rwanda. Do I see others who might want to come in? Who would like to jump in? Otherwise, if there are no comments, I would give the floor to the Vice Minister to address the question about green.
Okay. Gracias por el interés. La verdad que no, yo por eso quería plantear el tema. No tengo una definición muy precisa de esto. Pero sí, por un lado tenemos, vuelvo a decir, yo quería plantear la idea, no tengo una definición muy precisa de cómo avanzar, más bien estoy planteando los problemas más que las soluciones por el momento, tratando de vincular por un lado
this bottleneck in the funding of the public policies. And when I talk about public policies, I refer to infrastructure, security, health, education, the different public policies that we need to generate development. And on the other hand, there's some funding that exists, for example, for deforestation or the change in the use of land. Having both these issues, the necessity of funding and On the other hand, funding linked to the protection of the atmosphere and the environment. There, we need to take into account the characteristics of each of our countries. In the case of Paraguay, it can be an option to seek the ways or the means of funding for certain types of in the use of land, for example, the changes in the use of land, and that could be for a long-term funding for public policies. For example, that's somewhat the idea that I have. We're in an initial phase right now, but we have a bottleneck in the funding of public policies in the development countries, as we have a cost that is greater than those of the other countries that needs to be assumed in order to attract investment, to transform raw materials. We need to bring investments, and those investment needs more incentives than another country can have. And those major incentives are less taxes, and there's a bottlenecks that's generated in the public policies. And on the other hand, we have a concern linked to the climate change and the protection of the environment, which can be an option to link both of these in the funding of the state. That's kind of an idea. I don't have a precise solution, but just to point this out and bring this possibility. Thank you.
I now would give the floor to Bolivia, if Bolivia is prepared to say something.
Good afternoon. Thank you. In order to achieve an action program that's proportional to the challenges that we face as a LLDC, we need policies that are tangible for this program, especially for this LLDC for the next decade. In this sense, Bolivia wants to propose the following. Develop and implement a strategy to improve the resilience and the capacity of adaptation for developing countries that are landlocked. Strengthen the integration mechanisms and the cooperation framework in order to facilitate fair trade, development of infrastructure and knowledge exchange, fostering the holistic development, promote the transference of technology in a digital community to close the gap, promoting the integration and productivity of LLDC, foster the development of the energy matrix using cleaner and renewable sources of energy in order to have a fair transition, establish mechanisms, financial mechanisms that provide enough resources according to the needs of the LLDC. Move forward to the resolution of conflicts with peaceful solutions and mind the historic needs. Finally, Bolivia is committed to the realization of a transformative program for LLDC for the next decade with an approach that's based on the economic model, minding the social reality and the use and the substitution of importation. We are committed to work with all the states and institutions of the UN in order to face these challenges with structural solutions, taking advantage of the emerging opportunities and promoting the international cooperation. This is the way to unlock all the potential of the LLDC to ensure the success. Thank you.
Very much, Bolivia, for sharing these thoughts, which were very specific and concrete, and I think very, very useful in this discourse. Colleagues, since we are approaching the end of our session, I will now give the floor back to the two panelists, maybe for some 2-minute concluding observations and maybe reactions also to the comments, but also
and then to thank you also, both of you, for being here. But perhaps should we do it in the same order as we did before? I'll start with you, Vice Minister, and then come to you afterwards. So for some closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. Message in English. Maybe I can refer some words on the regional integration. I think that is a very important point. In the case of the particularities that my country has, most of the value-added goods that we sell to the world is oriented to the regional market. So this highlight the importance of the regional market for give this more value added to the raw materials, for example. So I think that in this process and this new plan that we will develop, the importance of the regional integration could be also an important element to take into account for the future and for the next plan. So this is the comment that I can put. It's okay? Okay.
Thank you very much. And Mr.
Sí, tal vez una última reflexión.
Just maybe just a last comment. After the pandemic, we have a global situation in which people have a high complexity degree when it comes to the psychological psychological level, and they want fast answers, and this creates a huge challenge for the governments in the different countries. And I think this program needs to focus on technology, because technology has the capacity to solve all the needs faster. There are solutions that would require a lot of time. For example, the waterway problems that requires of infrastructure, planning, time, but the technology have the capacity to solve very basic problems that in our countries are not solved, but maybe in developed countries are very basic. So if we focus on technology to solve health diagnosis problems, or to have access maybe to loans for those small and medium enterprises, can change people's life faster, and you can find solutions faster, and this can create a better climate to think about something in the long term, which is the biggest challenge that we have. Thank you.
Much. And colleagues, with that, I think I have three more short things to do. The first is to thank the panelists and ask you to also help me in thanking them for their presentation. The second thing is that I would like to very much thank the UN team, Undersecretary General Rabab Fatima and her team for the excellent preparations they have done, and especially our wonderful host, Paraguay, for the great hospitality they showed to all of us here today. Thank you for that. And the final point I have to do is I can announce that there will be a 5-minute break. I'm quite proud because I promised we would end on time so that there would be no delay in the program, and we are exactly 5 minutes before 3. So with that 5-minute break for the rearrangement of the podium, we will be able to start the next panel exactly on time. Thank you very much.
Your coordination.
Okay. I tried. It's one of the most important things. We have no
3. Uno.
Ok, perfecto.
Compatriota venezolano también de la venezolano también.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo le va, Celaya? ¿Cómo anda? Yo soy una antigua negociadora de la sociedad, así que me acuerdo vagamente de todo.
Ajá, bueno.
Ya me...
Sí, sí, sí. Sí, 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 sí.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Be very welcome to this new panel on fostering cooperation, transit, and trade facilitation for the competitiveness of LDDs. My name is Hilda Arrellaga, Vice Minister of Investment and Export Reyes of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce of the Republic of Paraguay. I have the honor to be moderating this session. The Agenda 2030 for the Sustainable Development defines international trade as an engine for inclusive economic growth and poverty reduction that contributes to the promotion of sustainable development. The, despite the importance of trade in achieving sustainable development, landlocked developing countries remain marginalized from trade that is open anytime more, and they continue to face high costs, 1.4 times more than coastal countries, and even up to 30% more in some specific cases. And there are those who are still asking, why are we asking for a differentiated or special treatment? The recent pandemic exposed the vulnerability of the LLDCs, especially the total dependence on its transit neighbors to access the seaports, the immediate closure of the borders, and the introduction of strict measures in curbing the spread of COVID-19 had an devastating impact on landlocked developing countries to essential food and medical supplies. This situation highlights the importance of transit and trade facilitation for landlocked developing countries. In this session, we will discuss and share experiences on the progress that were made, the challenges, the opportunities, and the best practices to improve the transit and the trade facilitation, both in landlocked developing countries and their transit neighbors. We will also review the progress made on regional and global frameworks for transit and the trade facilitation agreement from the WTO. We will identify the opportunities for the LLDS and the transit countries, and also policy options for the next coming decade. We remind the participants and the speakers, or the panelists, their questions. What were the main achievements in the region? Which were the main challenges and how to overcome them. What are the key recommendations so the LLDs can have a more efficient opportunity? What kind of technical and financial support is needed for the development partners, UN, international regional organizations to assist LLDCs in building institutional and sustainable human capacity aimed at promoting transit and trade facilitation? How can the role of the private sector be enhanced to facilitate trade facilitation and transit, including APPs? To cover these topics, we have a panel of distinguished speakers. I would like to thank you for being part of this discussion. Each one of the speakers will have about 5 minutes to make a presentation, and considering the time limit and considering also the other speakers, please respect the limit. After the presentations of the panelists, there will be a chance to ask questions or interact with the speakers. So now I will introduce our distinguished panel. The Ambassador Enrique Franco, he's Vice Minister of Economic Relations and Integration of Paraguay of Foreign Affairs, National Coordinator of the Common Market and Trade Facilitation, and part of the National Council of Maquiladoras or Maquila Industries. He used to be Director of Economic Policies and Bilateral of the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Paraguay, and he was also part of the several embassies of Tokyo and Brussels. Mr. Dario Celaya, he is National Director of Mercosur, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina. Before, he was an ambassador in Paraguay, Argentina, I excuse myself, representing Argentina in Geneva and also in France. Mr. Sebastián Herreros, he is Economic Affairs Officer in the International Trade and Integration Division of the ECLAT since 2009. Before, he was an Economic Affairs Officer in the International Trade and Integration Division of the Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean, and the Chilean Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and 5 years as consular in the Chilean mission to the World Trade Organization. Then we have Ambassador and Judge Oscar Cabello. He is part of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea since October 2017. Previously, he held various positions, including being Paraguay's Deputy Permanent Representative to the United Nations, Permanent Representative of Paraguay before the FAO, World Food Program, and IFAD, Ambassador of Paraguay in several European countries, and Prime Minister of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay. Mr. Raúl Torres, he is the Chief of the Development Division of the WTO, and the main point of the World Trade Organization of the Sustainable Agenda 2030 and integration international trade of landlocked developing countries. Thank you. Mr. Juan Jose Martinez, he is head of the New York office of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, since May of 2023. Previously, he served as head of a regional group RIASEN at headquarters of UNCTAD in Geneva, with responsibility for all matters related to the engagement of regional groups and individual member states with the intergovernmental machinery of UNCTAD and the work of UNCTAD in general. Ms. Cecilia Salustro, She is a custom broker by profession. She is coordinator of the Transparency and Commercial Information Working Group of the National Trade Facilitation Committee, representing the Center for Importers of Paraguay, and is part of the Foreign Trade Multidisciplinary Group. Ms. Lustro presided over and formed the board of directors of unions such as the Center for Customs Brokers, the Center for Importers of Paraguay, the Paraguayan Chamber of Household, Personal Hygiene and Related Products, among others. I will begin by giving the floor to Mr. Enrique Franco. Very well, thank you for the introduction. I will try to be brief. There are several speakers, and some of the elements were already presented this morning, and some details during the afternoon. But I think we should highlight the importance of the transit facilitation and everything that has to do with efficiency and integration is key. And those specifically for those LLDCs, and the agreement on trade facilitation as well is very important for us and has a key function. My colleague from the World Trade Organization, Mrs. Salustro, that are working directly with this, will probably give you more details, but I want to make a point about the work that we are doing here. As a country, we are carrying out the effort to provide more efficiency or facility to all the processes that are involved in the facilitation of a trade in an internal level. But this needs to be complemented with the commitments of the other countries, specifically those of transit. This should be a joint work that needs to be complemented. We are focusing, as it was said in the previous panel, in moving forward with digitalization, trying to avoid duplicating steps when we do international commerce, but that also have to be or involve other countries. Another thing that I would like to highlight from this work, in the agreement for trade facilitation, we need to mention the APP. There is a work that is very interesting. There are many words of working groups that are specialized, that are where we have people from the private industry and from the public sector. And beyond the result that we are seeing under this agreement of trade facilitation, this dynamic and this empathy and this synergy that is creating this joint work with APPs will continue. It was already mentioned with numbers previously, the work that Paraguay have carried out when it comes to the investment of the Bioceanic Corridor, 225 kilometers, and there are another 270. We have almost 110 kilometers more. There is approximately about 800 millions, and if we complete, it will be 900 millions of dollars in investment that will not only benefit the Paraguay, but is a support and contribution in efficiency when connecting the Pacific with the Atlantic. The waterway is also a work that we are carrying out among 5 countries: Bolivia, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Argentina. And as more efficient we become, or when we have more studies, we are all going to benefit from that. And finally, I was again mentioning efficiency. There is a issue that has to do with the type of product, at least from the Paraguayan experience, when in the 70s the economy was became liberal and the market decided to go to added value type of products, but small size. Maybe this will be something that we should explore, how our countries are being industrialized, because these products that has a lot of added value, but they are of a small size, has a very small incidence when it comes to the transportation or freight. So these were the points that I wanted to mention. And then analyze the possibility of using the digital highway, of using internet, and maybe put the products on internet. That's something that we should take also into account. These are sort of all the ideas when it comes to infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Minister. I would like to highlight some points, highlight the importance of the implementation of our agreement of facilitation of trade, not from the side of the countries that are developing countries, but the countries that are in transit, so that the processes can complement each other and we can progress in the works of the public and private tasks. In the case of Paraguay, there's an interesting alliance that we made within the committee. What Paraguay betted on was through the bioceanic corridor and the importance of the waterway in order to advance in products of a lot of value-added products, and that are according to what is promoted by ReadyX to give more added value to the products, so we can connect air transport station as well, because these products are transported by airway. I give the word to Mr. Darío Celaya Alvarez. Thank you. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to participate here. I would like to, first of all, to thank Paraguay in the name of the Republic of Argentina for hosting this meeting, as well as the Office of the High Representative for the LLDCs and CIPAO as well. Argentina has a commitment to participate in this meeting, as well as in former ones. In 2008, we were hosting one of the reports of intermediate terms in Buenos Aires, where we talked about this. Now the delegation of Argentina is a colleague from Argentina, Secretary Maria Laura Ojeda, which comes with my delegation. Why would I want to highlight this? It's because it's due to what the Ambassador Enrique Franco said, the importance of regional integration. I want to highlight this because in the first exercise, the multilateral exercise, as well as the second one, which is the Vienna Agreement, we have been gaining time and efforts at a regional level in these topics. And what Enrique Franco mentioned before, which is important, and in this exercise that we're revising, we need to include and contemplate. So we focus this presence or highlighting some aspects. In terms of these topics, revising what has been done, it's important that we fix our sight in two topics. The regional environment, you know, the Latin Americans know, but also the international organizations. We have the LLDC, and before Vienna, has been contemplating these topics, not directly, but contemplating from point of view as a concept with less developing countries, as two landlocked countries as Bolivia and Paraguay. This is relevant because from that start, an element was being contemplated, with Ambassador Franco already pointed out, and is the asymmetries that in the environments of Alari, there's been the agreement of transportation that came to in effect as well to promote landlocked to participate in international business. We also have the regional environment, which is Mercosur, and the concept that Ambassador Franco said that rises again, which is asymmetries. What in the case of a member state that is a member of Mercosur as Paraguay, there's a joint of tools of commercial policies that need to do with the export regimes, taxes, customs, taxes, and they all point out to those topics to contemplate, in one part, the particularity of a landlocked country, as well as the asymmetries that were before mentioned by the ambassador. And from the bilateral point of view, I'm going to do an excessive summary. I only have 1 minute left. In the bilateral arena, I would like to highlight there's a big battery of institutionality between Argentina and Paraguay, Argentina and Bolivia, that allows us to touch all the universe of topics that have to do with the role of the transit countries as Argentina and the role of landlocked countries as Paraguay and Bolivia. I would like to mention we have a lot of frameworks, integration committees, border committees. We have joint committees that are intergovernmental in terms of navigation and river transportation that are developing. We have a series of frameworks that are strongly institutional, that are important, that are not dynamic in other geographical areas, but particularly in Latin America, South America, and in this case, some of us form part of Mercosur, and Bolivia, which is about to become a member, is very relevant. I would like to say, as FEPRINCO member said, the digitalization, we're working this year to finish with Paraguay a project of connectivity, of digital connectivity, which is very important. It's a tool, an additional tool to exit, and Paraguay and Argentina are working on this from 3 years ago now. I would like to end this and emphasize that the element of regional integration, our work between us, the frameworks that we have, the institutional frameworks that we have, and all of these tools have served and will continue serving probably, so that all these elements that have been put on the table in terms of for the qualitative jump that we need, or the landlocked countries need, are more feasible. I have done this very summarized. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Salaya. Your experience is known as in Mercosur, and I would like to highlight these two aspects that you've mentioned: the regional environment through ALADI with mechanisms for developing countries, and the asymmetries, the sectorial treaties and agreements, as well as the agreements of land transportation and Mercosur, and the bilateral agenda. For example, between Argentina and Paraguay and Bolivia, in the sense of to continue to reinforce the institutionality to approach our problems. Thank you. I will give the word to Mr. Sebastián Herreros from CEPAL.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I prepared a presentation. Thank you, Vice Minister, for the invitation, and it's my pleasure to be here and I thought we had 7 minutes, so I'm gonna make my best to fit everything in 5. And what I want to present today are the results, some of the results of an instrument, a tool that we used in ECLAC and other organizations in the UN. We started doing this in 2015 for facilitating global trade, and this tool works for monitoring in brief intervals the progress of the different countries with the implementation of the program actions, and also other parameters regarding commerce, and also do the field work of 2023. We started receiving data from countries till May of this year, and we had information of 70 countries, 26 of our region, Latin American and the Caribbean. So it's a very big sample, and I would not go into details, but we monitor the compliance of the usage of techniques of risk control, authorized methods, what is the grade of implementation of the single window. Briefly, if we look at the graph to the left, our region is a little bit over the world average. Latin America is on 71%. The developed countries are slightly below that, 73%. If we see the right graph, that is as something that shows the score of the countries that participated in the survey. We have Mexico, then we have other countries from South America. Paraguay is a little bit above the regional average, 71%, and Bolivia is a little bit below in 63%. This is just for giving some context. If we go deeper now, a first observation would be that Bolivia and Paraguay and all the other transit countries, we have some key disciplines for facilitating commerce that have to be implemented. So that's why you see the cross there, the X mark, with a partial implementation. This is not something that I'm just pointing out this. We know these are complex procedures. We know countries are making efforts to move forward. For example, in Bolivia, the single window is still in early stages, and this is it's a fundamental tool for commerce. Giving information over the internet, the issuance of anticipated information previous to the arrival of the merchandise. They are all being implemented in a partial manner. For example, in Chile, now it's still a little bit behind, and it's also crucial for measuring and assess the impact on the extra costs that are within the commerce. When we talk about the AFC, we still have a long road to cover. We need to work, and we have to align our work with neighbor countries and the borders. And some countries said that they do that. Maybe they work with some countries that are neighbors. And we ask, does your country align procedures with other countries, let's say joint inspections? And some countries said, no, we don't do that at the moment, and so on. These are not we are not criticizing. We are just pointing out that these procedures mature over time. So we still have work to do. Something very important, in my opinion, and it was mentioned in the morning, is the subscription, the recognition, the mutual recognition of the economical operator. Included Bolivia, Paraguay, and the 5 transit countries. And this, in very concrete terms, it means that in the future, when the agreement is implemented, exporters from Bolivia and Paraguay that have been certified as authorized economical operators, they will be able to receive the same benefits once they want to export to Chile, Bolivia, Brazil, and Argentina, others. This means fewer requirements for exporting or verification procedures. This is potentially a very transformative situation. Some final findings or thoughts. We know that Latin America was the most affected region by COVID, but we show that there has been progress with implementation of the AFC, and it means it needs to be effective. We cannot say, oh, there is a single window for foreign commerce. No, we need to be effective about this. We need to distinguish this. A third thing, and it's already been mentioned, that in order to optimize commerce in the landlocked countries, we need to coordinate actions between these countries and other transit countries, because we always see there are problems in both sides of the borders, so unilateral action will not be the way to go. And to accelerate and optimize the commerce, we need to advance on the implementation of the single window system. And for those countries that don't have that yet, we need, especially Bolivia in this case, but not just having this single window system, but we have to make sure that there is interoperability between them. And we need to make sure that we can send documentation from one country to another in order to optimize the procedures. And we have to put in place the sub-regional agreements. We know there is an AFC agreement for Mercosur and still not current. And we hope move forward in order to reach regional levels, just like we talked about the authorized operator. So all of this will be fundamental to advance and improving the infrastructure is crucial for all of this. Issues like bioceanic corridor and structures for the waterway, all of these are crucial. I am so sorry because I use more time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Herrero. I am sorry I put so much pressure on you with the time. I'm sorry. Yes, it's 7 minutes. I don't know if I said it wrong. So this will be positive for the next speakers. Mr. Herreros highlighted the global proposal about AFC and talked about findings and measures within this AFC, the single window system, the authorized operator, and he talked about some mechanisms, bilateral mechanisms, or with 4 members. And just like the Recife agreement, the area of integrated control that works perfectly among the countries of the Mercosur. And he also highlighted the recognition of the mutual authorized operators. And with the bioceanic corridor, we will have to interact at a 3-way channel. So this is more efficient and fast. And when we talk about infrastructure, I completely agree that maybe some institutions just like LLDC, we need to have more coordination among the countries in Latin America. Thank you very much. I offer now the microphone to the ambassador and judge, Oscar Cabello.
Thank you, Vice Minister. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the host of this event and the organizer for inviting the President of the International Tribunal of the Sea, Judge Albert Hoffman, to participate in your works. Unfortunately, he has not been able to assist and he knows that I was in Asunción. He asked me and requested me to represent him in this important event. As most of you know, the Tribunal of the Sea was constituted by the Third Conference of the United Nations on the Law of the Sea, and its statute forms integral part of the Convention of the United Nations on the Law of the Sea in its 6th Annex. The Tribunal started its works in 1996. It was when the convention was coming in effect, and since then has contributed growingly in the Pacific solution of the conflicts between the member states in the different fields of law that is upon the reach of the convention. This has to do and is legislated between others in terms of laws and obligations related to the different activities, human activities in connection with the seas. It's not strange that a tribunal has to occupy itself also with the conflicts that eventually, we hope never, can affect the important rights that the LLDCs have in such space. Among those rights, I can quote the free navigation in high sea, fishing in such zones, the exploitation of the mineral resources in the seabeds, the participation in fishing surpluses of the exclusive economic zone in the neighbor countries, and maybe the most important right, which is the access to the sea and from the sea, which implies the liberty of transit, as expressed in the same article 125, paragraph 1 of the convention. That refers to such liberty. The same has to do to permit for these states to have the rights that are stipulated in this convention, including those related with the liberty of the high sea and with the patrimony, the common patrimony, words that can say that the zone of the seabeds and its resources. All these rights are lacking a practical sense if there was an impediment to access the sea zones where the rights can be executed. It's being said if there's a leisure in the fundamental right of the countries that are LLDCs, which is the free transit. Article 125 of the convention cannot be can be read and interpreted in an isolated way in relation to the other provisions of that are stipulated there. In particular, we can quote as an example Article 87 about the liberty of high sea, which contains a list that is non-exhaustive about the liberties that favor all of the states, both river and LLDCs, and that can imply, without content for such states. Because I have limited time in my disposition, let me concentrate what the role of the tribunal can have in this field. The convention does not give an exclusive competence to the tribunal to act in the eventual conflicts that may arise in the context of the law of the sea. In our particular case, in our Part X dedicated exclusive to the transit of the LLDCs, a growing number of states have elected it between the other options that are the International Court of Justice or arbitrary ad hoc tribunal. The causes of this preference can be a lot, like the limited cost for them of the process, the speed of it, or the great adaptability of the requirements of the parts, or the options of composition that the tribunal offers. For example, it can be a special tribunal of 3 or 7 members, a special room, or the tribunal itself, or the type of procedure, a summary adoption of measures of liberation, merit, etc. It is neither is it essential that there's a locked law so that so the tribunal can act, because the member states can also have a consultation only that allows for a more clear interpretation of the dispositions of this convention that can help to prevent and solve conflicts through the negotiation of the interested parties. All of this topic is expressed and regulated in the Part 15 of the Convention that establishes some previous conditions to the cause of the tribunal. These are fundamentally two: that the parts of the controversy have given efforts previously in carrying out an exchange of opinions to solve the question between them throughout the negotiation or other pacifical means, and two, that they have exhausted initially the internal resources available in the same states. In the same Article 125, in its second paragraph, is established the conditions and modalities of the transit that need to be agreed upon. And I would like to highlight this word, that supposes an understanding between the parties, not an imposition between the states that are LLDCs and the transit states throughout bilateral agreements, subregional or regional. I would like to mention finally that through the decades, the Convention of the Sea has been accompanied by complementary agreements in diverse aspects of them that have helped to improve its implementation. For example, the one relative to the exploitation of the seabeds in 1994, the migratory species of the sea in 1995, or the most recent one, which has been concluded this year, regarding biological resources located furthermore from the national jurisdiction. It's evident that Part 10, which is particularly for LLDCs regarding the freedom of transit, can eventually be object of one of them. Meanwhile, it's open to the states the option of a merit resource on the question of judicial instances or international arbitration, or a request of consultation of non-obligatory nature that can help to understand better their dispositions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And then we're talking about the framework of the tribunal that contributes with the pacific solution of controversies and preserve the rights of the countries that do have access to the sea and the common patrimonium of the soil. And this is inviting us to use this tribunal for the efficiency of time and cost and friendly composition. Now I'll pass the floor to Mr. Raúl Torres from the World Trade Organization. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for the invitation from the WTO. On my behalf, we want to present our support to the LLDC countries and our colleagues and partners of the United Nations Office for OHR LLS. I will start my presentation. I will cover 3 elements. First, we're going to see the progress in the application of the commitment of the Trade Facilitation Agreement, and then we're going to see the results about the transit and the workshop on transit and trade facilitation that we have in Geneva and the recommendation from this committee to the Trade Facilitation Committee on how to move forward on these issues. I want to present about this because these can be useful elements to be included in the next program working with the landlocked developing countries. When it comes to the application progress, as my colleague Sebastian was saying, the compliance with the agreement in the region is relatively good if we compare it with all the members that are developing members. This is a graph of how we are when it comes to all the commitments. What I want to highlight here, it's what I'm going to present. It's different to what Sebastian was presenting because, and I would say because what Sebastian presented reflects reality even better in the field, because this is based on the notifications and the commitments that each country of the region agree on with their obligations and notifications with the WTO. And from this, if we see this graph, what I think is important, if you see the bars that are in green, blue, or red, that means commitments that up to today are mandatory, are binding. And a little bit different to what Sebastian was presenting. This is based, because that was based on survey that he carried out in the field, and this reflects this reality. But this graph reflects more about how demanding it is for the commitment and for the country, and if it's a solid color, that means it is binding. And we can see that the progress has been very good. All the countries have accepted the commitment, a binding commitment, and the articles that had to do with the transit, with the trade facilitation agreement. We only lack Bolivia, that has a transition period right here to comply with some commitments inside the Article 11 when it comes to transit. When it comes to a very important article, it has to do with cooperation among the butters that are in the borders. That means customs or phytosanitary services. And as we see here, the progress is very good as well. For most of the countries, these commitments are binding. And with the exception of Paraguay, that categorize this commitment as something that should or that need technical cooperation in order to be able to comply with. And something that is very important is to expedite the transactions in the border. We see progress that is important in the region. Only Argentina and Bolivia have still things pending. They this commitment is not binding to them. This differs from the reality that we saw in the presentation from Sebastian. This is the reality on the field. When it comes to the authorized economic operators, the progress is very good. And for all the countries in the region, this commitment is in force, which is very interesting. Now we are in this workshop that we have in Geneva last month about transit and facilitation, trade facilitation. The workshop was very interesting because it was written under the framework of the specific session on transit of the Trade Facilitation Committee. And this specific session is a huge achievement for the developing countries, landlocked developing countries. This specific session, the agenda, what is discussed in this session, is practically established by the landlocked countries, by their coordinators in Genevieve. So the topics that are going to be discussed there are in consultation with the landlocked countries' representatives. This is important to highlight, specifically with the topics that are important for this country when it comes to the WTO context. The workshop check other topics like the transit coordination. I'm going to focus more on the solutions that we found in the workshop. Simplification, standardization, and harmonization of procedures and working hours among the customs agencies, establishing working groups in the border. Ambassador Zelaya mentioned that they are doing this among Argentina and Paraguay, and also the creation of a transit coordinator in customs or in the Trade Facilitation Agreement Committee. When it comes to the corridors, this is something that we also spoke about, and I think it's good to take into account establishment of a bi-oceanic corridor. When it comes to the solutions that were suggested, the use of digital systems with customs that will be interconnected, like CIDU-NEA, that my colleague will mention later, and IFITO, that will allow them to connect among themselves. And I want to highlight the importance not only of the digitalization that we saw that have progressed a lot in the region, and the interconnectivity and interoperability. So it is a connection from the cargo, since it's being loaded in a port here in Asunción, and the moment in which this arrives to the transit ports in Buenos Aires or Montevideo, and then it's sent or shipped to the final destination. We see the need to create committees for the corridors to agree on common procedures and best practices, and to eliminate some monitorings and convoys beyond the borders. When it comes to securities, this is a different topic that is very important for the private sector. They have to pay for these securities, and it has to do with the development of regional regulations that are specific on this topic that will be very useful. I know that the CLAD and the LLD are doing some efforts in this sense, and I think that will be very useful. Digitalization and automatization of the procedures for securities and harmonization of the calculation methods. That's something very important. And then we see something that was already mentioned by my colleague Sebastian, which is mutual recognition of authorized economic operators, and in the continent we have had a lot of progress. When it comes to the sealing, which is something important as well, and the monitoring that we do of the merchandise that are in transit, here the recommendation is to implement solutions that are based on technology like electronic sealing and the monitoring with electronic systems to eliminate the need of control posts and convoys on road, and to develop the capacity to be able to manage this type of solutions. When it comes to the border transactions, it's very important to improve the coordination and cooperation among the different customs or border agencies. We need to implement one stop or one single stop center in the border. The previous time, or before the last time that I was here, we went to visit the border in Florinda, and we saw that they are progressing. They're about to create a single stop border, so the truck just have to stop one time and then continues its road. It doesn't have to go to one side of the border and then do another type of transaction the other side of the border. The use of equipment is also important, and digital means and automatized means. So technological solutions are very important when it comes to trade facilitation. The suggestions that we provided to the committee are very interesting as well, especially when it comes to the exchange of experience. There was a series of topics that would be important, and I encourage to the countries of the region to participate in the committee work and for them to share their experiences. That's very rich and also useful. And more specific issues that should be treated in the trade agreement. If you have a problem with your neighbor, it should be treated inside the committee as to solve some controversies and other transversal topics. This is important because we did a study in WTO, because this type of issues affect the flow of the merchandise. To apply regulations from the origin to those goods that are in transit, many countries demand direct remittance of the merchandise that are not applicable in other countries, and also sanitary and phytosanitary measures that are being applied to the merchandise in transit, even if they don't represent any risk for the animal, vegetal, or human health in the country that is just a transit country. These topics are very important. I highlight again digitalization that should be discussed, and it might be the basis of many progresses that we can achieve when it comes to trade, the trade facilitation agreement. And I'll leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your words, Mr. Torres. You are presenting on the progress of the application of the agreement for the facilitation of trading, and you talked about Argentina, Paraguay, Peru, and that we showed numbers that maybe are even superior to other countries in the region. And it's important to be part of cooperation agreements in the case of Paraguay and Bolivia. In Geneva, You talked about solutions aimed at the simplification and standardization of the procedures, establishing group border task force groups, and also simplifying the methods of customs clearance, and always minding the digitalization to solve problems, eliminating convoys controls, and always using electronic tools. Thank you very much, Mr. Torres. And now I will give the microphone to Mr. Juan Jose Martinez from UNTAC. Thank you very much. I would like to begin, just like the other panelists, congratulating the government of Paraguay, the ministry, because of this amazing meeting, and also thank my colleagues from the United Nations. And I know the name is long and I don't want to make mistakes. And also from ECLAC for the support that you've given to the Paraguayan government. The previous speakers talked a little bit about the implementation of the agreement of facilitation of trading and how it's been progressing. Recently, the WTO referred to a series of data that shows the global flows increasing around, and also the GDP growth of 0.72 or something like that. And we are really partners, supporting partners on the implementation of this agreement. And my colleague here, he is from the WTO. He on the other side of the road. He is also my fellow friend. And regarding this, we all have our priorities. And I was going to talk about the priorities that were identified by my colleague regarding the variation of the procedures, the protocols, the use of transborders task force groups. And I will jump now to the financial support, financial assistance. That is one of the guiding questions that we had. And that talks directly, and I will talk about the recent weeks. My colleague from ECLAC talked about the taxes and the situation about the sustainable facilitation processes for commerce. And this has shown an increase of 6% or so. When we look at Latin America, we see that this implementation of commerce facilitation has not generated the benefits of development that we were thinking, just like the data of the WTO show. And a problem that we have, and in many countries of Latin America and Caribbean, is that we're not considered for the type of support that may be needed to fully implement the agreement of facilitation of trading. This financing issue, compliance with the agenda of 2030 for this general development agenda, and we've seen this in different products. And particularly over the weeks, I referred to a work that was performed together with the UNDP team under the leadership of the General Secretary of the UN, a document of policies that's called Beyond GDP, and also reforming the financing infrastructure. These documents of policies were published in the context of the future conference for next year. And recently, I mean 10 days ago, a report was published on the response to the global crisis, that is called World of Debt, a growing load for the global prosperity. The message, the main message of these documents of the UNTAC is that we see difference, inequity, and there is this use of criteria that do not take into consideration the realities of developing countries, especially those landlocked ones. If we talk about it determines the World Bank. It determines that the IMF shows that there is a variation in that situation. We talked about finance, participation of the private sector, and different factors and innovative sources that can close that gap. But fundamentally, we always go back to the point that the main part of the 2030 agenda will be the public funds. That means that the state will have to carry most of the load. And going back to this subject, the thing is, we've thought that debt is not only a load, but a necessity. We had many years where we saw the debt exploding, just going over limits. In this graph, you can see the public debt from 2010 to 2022. And there you can see the public debt of developing countries has increased considerably in those 12 years considered. And there are many factors: the pandemic, Ukrainian war, economical policies of advanced economies and countries, and other crises. They have different names, but crises can determine them. And this has shown that financing and finance issues have become more prevalent. We've seen that public debt, total public debt of developing countries has increased to the 35% of the GDP to 71% of the GDP. The external public debt has increased only in 2019 in a great manner. And the capacity of developing countries of generating resources to solving the debt is just not feasible. So we see that a measure over the percentage or the relation between exporting versus currency, and that measure has gone from 3.1 to 7.4. And the total debt regarding export has gone from 71% to 112%. And this is why we have used it. And something that shows what I want to say is that nowadays we have 3 million people that pay more interest for debt than what they are spending on education. And in this context, we need to ask ourselves, if we don't have enough funds and resources for health and education, where will we find the resources for paying the debt? And clearly, we have 7 years or less than 7 years before 2030. And we have statistics for the end of the next stage of the program implementation. And to achieve all of this, we need financing. It needs to be simple, feasible, and enough. And when it comes to the philosophy of this subject, we have tried to change the narrative and asking ourselves, what do developing countries need in order to be financially viable, and also in order to implement the development goals, and also be financed, and also be viable. So that is the thought that we are giving it. We have been trying to reason on it, and in this forum of the Financial Times, we were thinking, if a family needs someone to give them a loan, and they can repay that loan because giving up their rent or things like that, that family is not doing well. If they cannot cover their basic needs, that means that they're not well. So the reasoning is that we cannot get out of debt. So we want this thought to be adopted as an idea when we talk about financing all the proposals that are part in this policies documents, and also the report of the response group for the global crisis of the UN. These are the main documents. We have other documents that have more details, but I just wanted to list the more relevant. One thing I want to say is we need to make this system more inclusive, integrated for developing countries. And second, that we need to provide more resources in times of crisis, and also expand the financing knowledge. I also talk about address this high cost of the debt that we have, and create a mechanisms of problem solving, debt solving, and also expand massively the financing, long-term financing. So we really talk about long-term, like ultra long-term. We use that term actually. In the case of Paraguay and Bolivia, they are not included in any of these groups of 52. Paraguay is not included, Bolivia is, because there is an over debt, and the spread of interest comparing to United States is being considered, and it's considered a risk when they're paying more than 10% comparing to the US, which is the benchmark. So we're talking about a situation where Bolivia does not necessarily have the resources, but in the future, with these interest rates, just like any other country that's exposed to this situation, we are looking at a potentially complicated situation. Of course, in the case of Bolivia and Paraguay, we see that both depend on basic products to a certain point, and this is volatile. So until here, with the permission of the moderator, I stop. But I just wanted to link this subject to the beyond GDP, because we go back to the situation when we talk about development of landlocked countries that are always judged on their viability. And we have to go beyond that. So tomorrow, for the next panel that I am a guest of, I will present the work that UNTAC is doing, which is trying to achieve a more integrated vision in order to achieve the multi-dimensions. And of course, this is linked to this subject. And before leaving, I want to say one more thing that we saw in the WTO report, that it's about closing the gap for financing. We're talking about $4 billion, and I say, and this will be trillions in English actually, It's a lot of money. And from this quantity, only 1.7 billions are for financing climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. He has shown how business only contributes to 1.7%. He also approached the financial aspect, the works that they're developing with the PNUD, and moreover the IGP, and to propose reforms of financial structures in order to approach this world of debt that causes tension because of the over debt, and how to close these breaches. The greater weight is in the public funds. The more loads are there, and in that sense, the system needs to be more inclusive, liquidity in times of crisis, to approach the cost of debt and its risk through joint mechanisms, massive funding in the long term. And he put a phrase that is very enthusiastic: $4 million in funding for financing, not only for climate change. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. I will give the word now to hear the vision of the private sector in Paraguay in this sense, in the person of Ms. Cecilia Salustro. Good afternoon. In regards to the achievements from the private sector, without doubt, the implementation of the authorized economic operator, which has been talked about before, and we're still 17 companies only. I'm an economic authorized operator as a customs broker, and there's a challenge that is to achieve a better trust from the private sector with customs, because it's customs that certifies the economic authorized operator. So there's a lot of work lobbying to do there, and we're on a right track. Another achievement is the economic operator, the program of the authorized operator, economic operator as a country level. It's not the economic authorized operator, it's not within the environment of custom, but for all the public institutions, it needs that are related to international business, permissions, authorizations. It's a lot of processes and bureaucracies that are done in other public institutions. So we cannot talk about facilitating only in customs, because customs is the last phase. There's other institutions that are before reaching customs. And if in these other institutions there's no speed, we cannot talk about facilitation. This today has been achieved. There's 4 public institutions currently that have signed agreements with customs, and we're in process that should be implemented. It's not easy. It's a new figure in Paraguay. Well, I can also say that at a global level, but in Paraguay it's new. It's a new program, so that's a lot of work in order to start the program. But there's already 4 public institutions within this program. Also mentioned the mutual recognition agreements. In Paraguay, as a Mediterranean country, is important. There's a very important challenge there regarding infrastructure, because we can have a lot of companies in many countries, but one of the benefits of the economic authorized operator is for fast and speedy management. And there's a big investment challenge in the cross borders so that there's a fast track for these economic operators. Another achievement that is very close to me in 2018, since 2018 until last year in Paraguay, there was a mapping held of importers, exporters, terrestrial, maritime, and river, where the private sector really was. I'm going to take a little bit more time on this because it's an example that I've already mentioned in another panel in other countries, and it was very well received. In this mapping, we had a lot of meetings. The private sector of all the areas was there, import and export. There were about 300 opportunities of improvement that were taken from that. And at the end of this work, there was, with the private sector, we reached an agreement of these improvement opportunities. So I'm always with my book here because in the book there's the improvement opportunities and the proposals of solutions that are agreed upon with the private sector. So that's why I said that's a very important achievement for us. The challenge here, however, is to carry this into practice, these opportunities of improvement. And for this, a group was composed of 6 members of the private sector, which I call the group GM Comet. I'm part of the group. We need to go to each institution and to implement the opportunities of improvement. That's our task as a member of this unit. We've achieved, I cannot say a lot, but various objectives, including some of the achievements are opportunities are improving because trade has its own life. You never end it. So that's why I said it's very close to me. It's an achievement that in Paraguay, it was never been done. In Brazil, yes, in Chile as well, by the Procomix organization. I think you know about that. Regarding the actions for a faster flow, we see that we need to respect and implement and apply the in-force norms and regulation. It cannot stay on paper only. You need to take that on to practice. So that for us is a very important challenge. And the non-compliance of these norms, as mentioned before, goes for over costs. We're Mediterranean country, so we already have high costs. And with this application of these norms for rapid transit, there's more costs even. So we become less competitive. Not one way, both for import and export. Regarding the technical support, from our experience, we see that we need, of course, as a developing country, recently they showed us a slide where one of the items, Paraguay needs to support in order to implement and advance in that area. In parentheses, we're working on it, but for us to be incentivate and promote that growth, we need that support. The programs, the helps, the aids, they need to be elaborated with the people from the country. Those canned programs that in such country, this program or this study was well received or had a good result or was successful. They want to bring it down here. And I'm talking in Paraguay. Not always does that have a good result. Does it always comply with all the necessities here in Paraguay. So we have the experience of the international aid from Antifaz program, which without doubt is a support that is incredible. It's very big. It's very strong, not only for the private sector, but also for the public sector. But why is it so successful? Why this program is it so successful? Because from its start, from point zero, it was elaborated with the public sector and the private sector. And logically, that was improved. But from the start, it was born this way, this program. And that's our experience. And again, the canned programs don't have very good results. And a good result implies investment in time, knowledge, economic as well. And if one invests and has no result, it's like frustrating. With what motivation do I have to invest in another study, another program if this wasn't successful? It's a feedback that is constant. And there's an issue that I refer again of how to improve the role of the private sector. There's a lot to improve. But as I say, I always say, where I see you in the north and everywhere, step by step, we need to walk. So we as a private sector, we need to assume that position, which is of as an auditor of the public functions. And this can be done, and this is being done currently with the working tables of the public and private sectors at the same time. And speaking of the agreement of facilitation of trade, in 2017, Paraguay created the National Committee to facilitate commerce. In the decree, when we had in our hands, we had the draft of the decree. They didn't mention us in that committee, so we made the work. And when the decree came out, the public sector and the private sector were exposed. So it was an achievement because it's our table. It's not only to better or improve the public sector. We, private sector, we constantly need to improve as well. So from that moment in which we sit in that committee, in that table, the public and private work, joint work, has been strengthened because we've come close working together with some institutions more than others, but we're still working. With this sitting on the table, it has been very successful. With the support of TIFAS, within the committee of facilitation, there were 4 groups that were created, 4 work groups. Each work group has to study and to take into practice certain articles of the facilitation agreements. So there's no double efforts being done. And let me mention one work group that everyone already mentioned, and it's the DigiBuse. It's the digitalization of the single window of international business or international trade. Paraguay complies with the BUSE. And this DigiBuse was various of the points that were talked on in the mapping. So many of these improvements are related are related to the agreements of facilitation. So we're merging and fusing and nurturing from the results of the mapping with the agreement of facilitation. 4 work groups are being created, and this group, Digibus, is achieving a year or less than a year and a half maybe. This work group was created, and only the ICT technical technical units of each public institutions are participating. So GM, Comet were from private sector. We apply the norm. We're there as well to monitor. And that work group has objectives that are very big and small ones that are short term as well. And we're already working and achieving some of small objectives. And this constant work between the public sector and the private sector, we give each other feedback because we see that they put the efforts and their will, and they see that we can also contribute and to improve. And it's not because the importer sector is ask for an exclusivity or something. No, we put on the shirt of the Paraguayan soccer team, and because the one objective is to improve the international business in Paraguay, which is the agreement is talked about in the agreement, the facilitation agreement. That's the biggest objective we have, the biggest goal. But from the private sector's point of view, I really want to say again, there's a very big effort from both sectors. And we see those small achievements. There's a lot to be done, but there's a lot that's being achieved, and that's very positive. I'm sorry that I can give a lot of examples. I'm short in time, but the example is more than words, it's actions. So I have that time, so I finish right here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cecilia, which highlighted the achievements of the private sector, the implementation of the authorized economic operator that needs to have more trustability between customs and regarding the private sector. And as an initiative, a proper initiative of the country, we have implemented the idea of the economic authorized operator with other institutions of the government. With other 4 public institutions, agreements were signed, and the mutual recognition that is very important for a country as Paraguay, and we have a lot of challenges in infrastructure in that sense. As one of the children, it's important to say that the mapping of import and export that brought out 300 improvement opportunities in accordance with the private sector. They are already adjusting and aligning to the application of the norms that are in force. That's the commitment of the private sector, and they told the success case of the public and private alliance with the Committee of Trade Facilitation. Thank you, Cecilia. With this, we're ending this session. We've heard the different speakers. Now I would ask the participants, delegations, the public, the audience to express your comments and questions for the speakers here. In that sense, please limit to 2 to 3 minutes only. Thank you.
CAFIN of Paraguay, and representative the colleagues of the private ports, Caterpa, that are also aligned when it comes to our opinions. My question is about the first priority that has to do with transit policies that will promote the participation of the transportation companies, the exchange of knowledge, participation projects, and implementation of initiatives when it comes to transit. I adhere to the words of Mrs. Salustro. The waterway Paraguay-Paraná is a corridor that has more than 3,000 kilometers long, goes from Paraguay, Paraná, going through Brazil territory, Bolivia, Paraguay, and Uruguay, and Argentina. And this corridor is part of a huge waterway system of more than 3 million square meters in waters and in Rio de la Plata. And the countries that are part of this basin are the ones that sign the waterway agreement in order to facilitate trade, transportation of goods and people. Without any doubt, this waterway is one of the corridors that had more significance when it comes to the connectivity of the region. It's a critical element for the South American countries like Paraguay and Bolivia that are landlocked, and specifically speaking about Paraguay, who is one of the LLDC, the ones that are farther away from the biggest economical centers in the world. We can say that this corridor is vital for the development of the country because more of the 80% of the foreign commerce of Paraguay are through the water, Paraguay River and Paraná River. The LLDC paid more than double in exportation and importation, and they are 20% less developed that they should comparing to those who have a seaport. It's not it's not by coincidence that we have the third fleet in the world that represents $3 billion, transporting not only all the foreign commerce or trade from Paraguay, but also providing transportation for all 75% of all the shipments or cargo that leave the country. That represents about 22 million tons. Being a logistic provider for the 5 countries that are part of this basin. The growth of the fleet went 10%, and it was only increased with the rural agricultural area. So we highlighted the virtues of this agreement because otherwise we wouldn't be able to use it in a better way. But we're still seeing huge challenges when it comes to regulations, mechanisms, and simplification and better structures. It's urgent to take measures that will facilitate the transit, promoting an access without any restriction that will be efficient to the sea and will reduce as well the cost of transportation when it comes to competitiveness for countries. I think that the arbitrary or unilateral type of measures that doesn't facilitate the transit is against the spirit of this agreement. We need to navigate through regional integration. We need to boost joint work so we can make this more efficient and not the opposite. And finally, we are at the disposal of all the delegations that are part of this work because we are main users of this waterway. You will find in us the openness and the necessary collaboration to move forward with this program and its objectives. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kafim, for your intervention. Before I pass the floor to Rhonda, I wanted to give the floor to the panelists to react to the comments. Ambassador, anybody? The reaction, first of all, thank you for your intervention, because it's an intervention, not a question. And the second issue, it's what you have presented. It's just ratifying what we said on the table. There is an agreement, there is an institution, there is a framework. That's an example of how we should work. When it comes to the importance of the waterway, that's in fact in the joint work to improve the efficiency, and the framework is the help along with the dialogue among the institutions. So I think we agree that the strength, that all the mechanisms that we have is specifically the one related to waterway. It's just just ratifying what I said about Argentina. Thank you. Now I pass the floor to the delegate from Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Moderator, Vice Minister. Thank you very much for giving the floor. And let me first thank the panelists for very, very, very interesting discussion.
So it touches a lot of issues and nerves of things, the challenges we're facing as LLDCs. I just want to share two practical examples on two things colleagues on the panel touched on. The issue of regional integration is a game changer for landlocked countries. Investing in this initiative, it's saving our economy, our countries, and our communities. I will give example. For Rwanda, we use Kenya and Tanzania as our port. It used to take around 4 to 6 months to ship something from Kenya on the port, or Tanzania 4 months to get to Rwanda. But because the East Africa Community Regional Integration Initiative, we now have one boat stop where we share one border stop. And then because they're in integration of all these papers, you used to pay papers every country, because you go from Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda. So each country you pay taxes, you have to do papers, all this time, and that's why it used to take forever. So you can imagine the cost and the time it takes to all this to get to Rwanda. So the private sector, the business, what they do, they will add that cost to the product they're selling on the market in Rwanda. But with the integration, investment in East Africa, it changed from 4 to 6 months to it takes now to 5-6 days. That's a game changer in terms of the money and the cost and of things. That's completely on the other side. So that's an example of how this is a game changer. The second thing which our colleagues touch on is technology and digitalization when it comes to this. I mean, we're talking about things where you really didn't know where your products are, but today you could just go online, you can know exactly where your truck is and what part of the country where it's stopping. So example, things like that. So digitalization and harmonizing all this are really a game changer. And if we're talking about the next 10 years for the program for the next 10 years, the investment should look into these two biggest elements, because this is a really, really changing and having an impact on the ground, not in the papers, the policy. Literally, you can see the price of things changing. The last thing which we haven't touched on much, but it's just a little bit data. I think having data, not just the numbers, actually knowing how to transform the language of data into policy and implementation, and the capacity building in this area for our countries will be a game changer too. So as we discuss the next 10 years, investment is 3 key areas. Really, we need to look at it, and I'm talking in Africa. I'm sure even here in Latin America, Bolivia and Paraguay and neighbors around, this is something we could look at competition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Ofrezco la palabra a algunos de los ponentes que quieran abordar con comentarios.
Sí, bueno, me gustaría.
Yes, I would like to link some of the things that we have heard today, especially regarding institutionality, integration, data, and financing. Four elements that are highly important, and they are all linked. When we talk about institutionality, having these bodies, institutional bodies, these cooperation levels among countries is highly important for the good functioning of the process. And on this, models have to be based, models of corridors that are developed in the region. And this is also important, not only for corridors, but like Juan Jose explained, we need definitely great amounts of money, investments and funds in order to develop the infrastructure, soft infrastructure, and in order to optimize and fasten the commerce and trading in the region. This is important. And we need to see that a big part of the funds will be destined to these investments. They will come from outside of the region institutions. I'm talking World Bank or Inter-American Bank and other sources in developed countries, probably. And here it is very important to talk about the metrics, being able to measure and show results. And so this can be, let's say, a cooperation agency that invests in a bridge. So it should be very simple to show where the money went, how it was used in order to get this bridge. But sometimes when the investments are made with providers and others, it is a little bit more difficult to show results. So it is very important to have this institutionality that is able to measure results that are achieved. Where the money went, where the investment went, and that is why it is very important to highlight this. And going further, when we talk about integration, that is very important because just like we see and we heard in the different presentations, there is a deficit of trading among countries in the region. They should be trading more. And for landlocked countries, this is vital because if you are trading with your neighbor, you are eliminating the issue of brokers, or let's say Colombia and Venezuela, they are very well integrated. And a big part of the trading is between Colombia and Venezuela. It does not travel by water. It travels by land. Trucks cross borders. So trading with the neighbor eliminates that problem of being landlocked, that you have to go through different transit countries. So I think this is something to link to the other ideas that we've discussed today. Thank you very much. And I wanted to use this opportunity because the colleague from Rwanda made comments about integration, and I think that if we begin to take a look at, and I would like to link two comments that we heard here, and I will ask my colleague from Paraguay who talked about integration, how we can use that tool. And he also talked about the fact that it's hard to imagine that it will have results, like there is a one-fits-all system. There is no such system. And why do I make this comment? Because without knowing the reality that our colleague from Rwanda presented, in the context, of course, they have their particularities. If we try to use the same, maybe we can use the same model, but with different flexibilities. Because of the particular case of landlocked, we need to use a different approach, just like our representative from WTO said. I need to trade with my neighbors. I do that with my neighbors. Of course, it's difficult, and not always it's easier for different reasons. But there's something that works, which is schematics for a joint work idea. And just like Ms. Lustro said, it generates business. And with that said, I think that the thought that our colleague from Rwanda said is perfectly well thought. And I think each region or country works in a different way. But I think it is much more adjusted look to take this, to use the perspective of integration and not as an isolated thing.
I pass the microphone to the ECUAD delegate. Thank you. Just briefly, 3 things. And also considering the comments, one of the questions in the session was about the role of the cooperation of the partnerships and what will be the new program. I think one advantage of being right now in 2023 and next 2024 and 2014 when the program was drafted is that back then the trade facilitation agreement was just approved. It was not enforced in any country, and it wasn't in many countries for many years until 2017. After 2017, the country said, okay, this is what I'm going to be implementing right away. This is what it's going to take me 2 years, 3 years, 5, 8. And this is what I cannot provide a date because it will depend on technical assistance, finance assistance, etc. So from the perspective of the grantors, be it bilaterals, development banking, it was a commitment, an open-ended commitment of supporting the developing landlocked countries in any difficulty that they might have when it comes to the trade facilitation agreement. And now in 2023, most of the country have implemented most of the agreement. We know where the issues are. We know that Paraguay have a specific issue when it comes to cooperation in the border. Bolivia has another issue with the single window, which is expensive, technically complex, politically demanding. So we know what is need to be done. So the commitment for support from the grantors and the development partners can be more specific and not just a general commitment of saying we're going to support Paraguay, but now they're going to say these, we're going to support Bolivia and Paraguay in this specific topic, and then eventually the transit countries when it comes to this measure. It is not an open or gray type of commitment, but it's going to be something very specific. We will support you to implement that you weren't able to implement yet. That's as a first point. And second, what Santiago said and what also my chief said, we need better metrics for logistic performance, and especially about the cost and over cost for the next implementation program. I don't think it is not adequate to say the score in the development index when it comes to logistics with the World Bank. Even though it's good, it is very subjective. It is the opinion of certain type of freight brokers. How do you think it works in Bolivia, Brazil? We need something more specific in a more systematic way during time, and technology allows this today. It is not that complicated to know how long it takes for a truck to move from a point to another. And we can say that in April the average was this, in June this, and then we can see if we're doing good with what should be do better about the objectives. It's very important to have indicators that are more specific with less subjective components like doing business or the score in the performance logistic performance indicators. And I think the delegate from Rwanda said the regional integration, it can be a game changer. The four facilitation is the base. But from them, we cannot just stay. The trade facilitation agreement, each country should have an authorized economic operator. It's okay, but it's more interesting when I meet with my partner and I say, I will recognize you and the companies of your country. I'm going to give them the authorized economical operator treatment, and you should do the same for me. That reciprocity among the partners provides an added value to the economic operator or documents exchange that can be done digitally. That's a plus that comes from the regional integration. And maybe that is happening inside the Mercosur or the Pacific Alliance or Central America. I think the next step will be from the sub-regional to the regional, and not only the certificates can flow among the Mercosur countries or the ones from the Central America countries, but you can generate a flux that will be for whole Latin America. That will give more mobility to the region commerce. That was my comment. Thank you. If there is not another intervention, I don't see any. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I have a specific question. I hope we spoke about many measures and trade facilitation and data completion. Very interesting topics, but my concern is more on the implementation. I see two views. One will be through the Mercosur. We adopt the measures that are agreed by the member countries with all the procedures and internal adjustments that are included by our parliaments, etc. And the other option would be to adopt measures, whichever they are, by work. For example, the bioceanic corridor. That will be measures that will be more selected, more specific, but will be easier to implement. It will be also quicker to implement or expedite. So I would like to hear about your opinion. Which will be the better way to implement these measures? I pass the microphone to the Vice Minister of Economic Integration. What we were talking about were about implementing the measures under their own framework, which is the trade facilitation agreement. When it comes to the waterway, they have the Santa Cruz agreement, when it comes to fluvial transportation in the Del Plata Basin. When it comes to the bioceanic corridor, we should start thinking about having his own institution, see how this can work. We are in the physical infrastructure stage. When it comes to the institutions, maybe we should talk to the local authorities, governors. It will be to create something new. The waterway already has a framework. The trade has one under the LLDC. We have the Mercosur, and then we have the Andina community with Chile, and then there is a regulation framework that is under the LLDC. But the other infrastructure, when it comes to this infrastructure that you mentioned, we have to start thinking. I don't know, maybe Mercosur will be the ideal, or maybe another completely institutional structure. The one related to the Plata Basin is fluvial, but this is by lands that will interconnect the Pacific with the Atlantic and vice versa, crossing several countries. And we are developing a physical infrastructure, a national physical infrastructure in a coordinated way, but at some point, we will have to generate institutionality that will give life to the functioning of this. We have to start thinking about this. I don't think that any of the elements that we have today can be very specific for the bioceanic comment. I don't know if anybody wants to comment.
I said before, this is a very important topic, and there's models of how to improve this institutionality. For example, a model that we offer as an example is the North Corridor that unites Rwanda, Kenya, and the countries of the center of Africa as well, which have an institutionality that is very particular. It's created by a treaty and agreement to give a multinational support that executes all the measures and to receive the investment in order to execute the facilitation measures for trade within the corridor. And it has public and private participation here. The private sector is also heard in this corridor, and the priorities are taken into place for the better for the improvements of the corridor. So it depends on the hours, and we measured in hours. If a truck passes the border, how much time does it take from Kigali to Mombasa, for example? And it's something that I can say we tried to do it from the WTO, and it's extremely difficult in order to have a metric here, to achieve a metric of these elements, because simply it's a thing that we don't have the data, we don't have the information, and the information for these issues are key. The problem with this type of measures from a multilateral point of view, it depends on the notifications that are being done to the multilateral organizations, and those notifications have a delay, a lag that are important because they're not immediate, they're periodic, so they're not live, they're not, it's not the reality we're talking about, that they're done annually, or these metrics even have a delay of 2 years. Imagine that. A final word, maybe the agreement of the terrestrial or the land transportation agreement is already protocolized. Maybe we can use that. That doesn't exempt us that we need to work with the local governments. There's something new that we need to create. That's the comment It's a regional experience that we have. Thank you. Let me see. I am in accordance with Ambassador Franco in this. What if it's one system or another? It's not a climate thing. It's about compatibility of the systems. First, it's the states and the local communities as well. And sometimes you need the intervention of legislators, sometimes not. But what's important, the framework and the rules of the game are cleared and in accordance and serve to the objective that Ms. Salustro said finally, to serve the commercial operators, because to create something that takes a lot of time and then it's not operable for the commercial operator, it doesn't serve. So the reflection that Enrique pointed out, to seek the ways from the experiences that we have, but also to find operational solutions for who need those. Okay, with this, we're closing our session. I would like 2 examples of the national. My microphone is not working well. One is the master plan for transportation that's updated for 2030, and the logistic plan updated for 2030. 3 elements were taken into account there. The private-public consensus. Second is to insert it in Paraguay and in the region, and three, to point at a social level, an economic level, and environmental level. I take what has been said in various times here: digitalization, institutionalization, governance as well, and the enforcement of these commitments as well. I accept the challenge from Mr. Parkinson in the sense to express my wishes that the Bioceanic Corridor implements an agreement to facilitate trade in a plus way. So that would be an example for the rest of the communities at a regional, local level. Thank you for the speakers and you, audience, for staying to the last minutes till now, and for your valuable contributions. We conclude this session. Give an applause, please, for the speakers and for the participants as well. And thank you. We'll announce that we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And at 6:14, the transportation will be 6:14. Tonight will be the transportation for tonight's reception. Have a nice afternoon, everyone.